Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope everyone's doing wonderfully well today. Thursday, October 16th. We'll have lots to discuss as we're starting to get into the swing of earnings. I love earnings, lots of gap ups, gap downs, day tradable shorts, day tradable longs. Very fun, very fun. Just understand there's a lot of, in your options contracts, there's a lot of increased IV. So things typically are a little bit more expensive in the market. Plus, we have an elevated VIX. Okay. So along with earnings IV expansion, VIX IV expansion, there's obviously a lot of extra price in some of these short dated contracts. So just keep that in mind when trading. All right, let me just get things situated here on my end, and then we'll jump into some of the headlines, the earnings, the charts, the strategies. We'll see if we can extract some money from the market. Let me throw up the, yeah. Where is my chart? Where are you? Why isn't that showing up? Ah, there you are. There you are, S&P. All right, let's jump into some daily chart price here. Let's start off with some of these things that are moving. TPL, Texas Pacific, seeing a little bit of strength in the pre-market. CRM, there is news on CRM, guys. Basically, I'll post that in the chat as well. Just give me a second here. But CRM coming out with a better than expected guide, so positive catalyst for CRM. All right, so whoops, that's not it. CRM basically rallied because they're giving out a new guidance, revenue target of 60 billion by 2030. So you can see CRM is actually breaking out of this longer term downsloping trend line. This has kind of been dead money. You can see how close it came to the apex of this wedge, and arguably a lot of people that are watching this trend line, myself included, you're on the precipice of breaking down. But nevertheless, CRM looks like it could be ready for a continuation move to the upside here on the back of positive guide and revenue. So that obviously is a short-term positive. Let me just see. So, but they're targeting fiscal year 30, driven by agentic AI momentum and a 10% organic compound annual growth rate. So they're saying their CAGR is going to increase a little bit as well. Obviously, that's a positive for markets. Snowflake. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Mm. So Snowflake shares are trading higher after the company announced a partnership to integrate its AI data cloud with Palantir. Boom, boom, boom. Palantir and Snowflake teaming up. There you go. People love snowflakes. People love Palantir even more. So therefore, it is pushing. A lot of little strategic partnerships being announced. That chart pattern is looking pretty strong on Snowflake here. You can see it's still inside of that weekly chart breakout. Again, upside target 288. So that one might be ready now for a continuous move to the upside. Not looking too bad, but Snow and Palantir partnership. Ah, excuse me. Scanning through my charts here, guys. All right, we also have Celestica, ticker CLS, showing some strength today. Yet again, another day where it's gapping up to the high side, ticker CLS. CLS gapping up. Not really seeing any news headlines on CLS, but let's just check TradingView here, see if they have anything. Nope, not really seeing anything. Just strength in tech, I guess. All right, Thermo Fisher seeing a little bit of strength here in the pre-market, trying to break out of a bull flag. Snap on reported earnings today. I guess the earnings are decent considering the company is gapping up. A double beat across the board there. ServiceNow, that might have some sympathy with, um, you know, CRM, Snowflake, etc. Looks like they're trying to break it down a little bit, but probably doing a liquidity sweep there. All right. Quanta Services, PWR, acting very, very well. That's pushing to the upside. C Limited, after having a hard down candle yesterday, bouncing and recovering quite a bit here. Again, this is a discounted opportunity to potentially buy. I think that was a hard down candle yesterday. TSM, obviously the big one that we're watching. One of the reasons the market is strong is because TSM is gapping up into new all-time highs. Yet again, posting a double beat on their revenue. And basically, their revenue estimates are starting to, I guess, not expand as much. So the growth is starting to slow down. But companies breaking out here, and the pattern is really better observed on the hourly chart. Can see it has triggered a bit of this inverted head and shoulders formation. You got a really clean breakout. The question is it going to hold this breakout? But you can clearly see that this little inverse head and shoulders pattern has a quite a degree of upside. You know, we could be looking at a pattern of 333 on TSM, which would imply another 7% move to the upside if this breakout pattern holds, right? That's the big if. So if it holds, you got quite a bit of upside. And simultaneously, that upside target gives you almost a level into these little previous pivot highs. So TSM is not looking too bad here. Intraday, certainly holding a bit of a breakout on its earnings. You just got to be careful of a potential reversal back down, but floating and grinding, acting very, very well. Bloom Energy, another day where that's pushing to the high side here. So it's retracing that topping tail. It is an aggressive short. VST still looking strong like it wants to break out, guys. VST right on that breakout yesterday, a little bit of an increase of volume. Today it's looking to kind of confirm that bit of a breakout. Obviously we are long off the sub 200 level, so we should see some profit there. All right, what else do we have going on here? I'm just doing my scan. MP, A-Lab. Yeah, A-Lab's still super duper weak. Who else do we have? I think we have IBKR earnings as well, set to report at some point. JBHT, so JB Hunt had a really strong move. Look at that breakout of JB Hunt. Transport stocks ripping. At least JB Hunt is. Look at that move. Bing, bong, bang. Big, big move. Manpower also reporting earnings. That stock is gapping up. Another one that's been absolutely obliterated over the last 2 years. Into 2012, 2011, 2005. Look at this level here on MPR. Quite incredible. Full round trip, right? Let's just do something here from my perspective. Throw up a parallel channel. I just want to see where this channel takes us. Okay, so we're not really there yet, but obviously MPWR or Manpower, sorry, not MPWR, Manpower is definitely getting oversold here. Still just chopping in a bit of a wedge formation, but obviously very, very oversold. On your larger time frames, all right, we got ZG as well, seeing a little bit of positive price action here in the pre-market. Not too bad. Let's look at a couple of these high flyers. Wow. PRAX. What the heck is happening there? What a monster move. On PRAX, let's see what is happening with Praxis. Praxis. Praxis Precision Medicines. Praxis Precision Medicine stock doubles. The clinical stage biopharmaceutical company released top-line results for this phase 3 Essential 3 program of its ulixacaltamide. I don't even know what that is. In essential a tremor ET. Essential tremor is a neurological disorder that causes involuntary rhythmic shaking, most commonly in the hands and arms during movement, but it can also affect the head, voice, or legs. All right, so positive clinical results. So late stage success for movement disorder therapy. We will post that up here. That's a crazy double. Big, big double. What a moonshot. Damn. Crazy. Where could this thing go? Let's take a peek. So you filled that weekly gap. Very bullish. I would have to think that you want to sweep this high pivot here. So 201. Yeah, it looks like 200. I think that could retest. 200. Maybe even 223. Keep that on radar, guys. That one I think dips could probably be bought today on that name. And it is a company right now that has about a 3.45 billion market cap, so it has some liquidity there, volume already over 3 million shares in the pre-market and climbing pretty quickly. Okay, good, good, good. That one's not a bad opportunity. It's your biotech that at least is in the billion-dollar club. It's not like 30, 40, 50 million, right? So, whoops. Just looking at some of the tradable ones for us. ADAP, seeing some strength, nothing to do there though. Let's look at CRML today. Yeah, CRML is bouncing quite nicely. Closing at 22.72, now back up to 26. Big bounce. Big, big bounce. Let's look at some of the losers here. Travelers companies not doing too well here, guys. TRV gapping down this morning on earnings. I guess their earnings weren't that good. You also have a little bit of pressure in other financials. So Western Alliance also gapping down here. Let's look at regional banks as a whole. So right now we're going through a whole influx of regional banks reporting, guys. There's a ton even in the after hours today. Smaller regionals. So regionals had that hard down candle yesterday. Seeing some continued outflows today. Let's look at XLF. XLF remaining slightly positive on the session, but another bank, Western Alliance, getting slapped right now. You also have Chubb under a bit of pressure this morning on the back of more financial weakness. Let's see what else we have. AIV, wow, apartment investment. Look at this ticker. Gapping down tremendously. What the heck is that gap down? You don't even have a an intraday candle. That was just a straight wake up and boom, down 28%. AIV, let's take a look at the news. Kingdom Capital adds apartment investment management exits unit in Q3. Weird, I'm not really seeing any news. Not seeing any news on it, but we'll see. We'll watch that one. HPE, guys, Hewlett Packard getting slapped around here as well. Wow. What's the news here? HPE, that's a pretty big drop. All right, so shares are trading lower on Wednesday. The company disclosed its long-term guidance and strategic priorities through fiscal year 2028. HPE is feeling the pressure from bearish momentum. HPE plans to focus its portfolio towards higher growth, higher margin segments and to strengthen profitability. Company aims to boost earnings and free cash flow the next. Okay, that's the same bullshit that every company says. What is the reason? Barclays analyst Tim Long maintains HPE. All right, so Hewlett Packard shares are trading lower after the company announced that workforce reduction plans related to Juniper network integration will cost approximately $240 million. The company issued fiscal year 26 and 28 guidance. So I guess the news around HPE, guys, is a little bit of higher capex spending. So that could be a little bit of a one-off, to be honest. So higher than expected capex spending, I believe, is the news on HPE. You can obviously see there was some sell side pressure there back in September from a director, sold 50% of his shares. Now we kind of almost connect the dots, see why they sold. Very cool. Again, I don't believe that this is a terrible headline news for HPE. Slicing through the 50 here. Yeah, I would go for a tradable bounce. Pierce at 22 bucks. Had EMA there. Let's just throw up a fib. Yeah, we'll watch HPE for sure. All right, we'll watch HPE for a little bit of a long scalp. See what else is getting hit here. Molina Healthcare under some pressure. BDX seeing some downside pressure this morning. See, all right, that's pretty much that. Unusual volume. Neo, guys, is gapping down today. NIO seeing quite a bit of volume in the pre-market. Big gap down there. LAC seeing an increase of volume in the pre-market. It is falling a little bit here. Again, big bounce recovery on SC, almost recapturing that whole entire down move candle. Quite crazy, that strength. Let's look at these stocks that performed yesterday. DG, DLTR, kind of just muted at this point. SCS still charging to the upside here. TE, look at that TE chart, guys. Held the majority of its gains yesterday. Quite impressive. CCM, Concord Medical Services, that's gapping down. This GWH finally taking a bit of another breather, falling sharply. All right. IONQ this morning, catching a little bit of strength. Rigetti this morning is under a little bit of pressure. So RGTI down right now in the pre-market by about just under 3%, so 2.73%. Rigetti's falling a little bit, just a touch. QBTS is down slightly in the pre-market as well. It was down quite a bit more, but seeing a bit of an pre-market hours bounce. We'll see if QBTS wants to come a little bit lower. QuantumScape still trying to charge higher through that previous little resistance zone, acting pretty decently well here. QS. Let's look at HIMS. I'm just going through some of the most active stocks now, guys. HIMS obviously had a stunning up 16% yesterday. Taking a little bit of a breather today. CRCL, Circle, again, still just chopping around. Whoops, that's the wrong chart. CRCL, gapping up a little bit by a couple bucks. Still holding a little bit of value, but underneath your 7 and 20, you got to watch for a bit of bearish rejection. Big Bear AI has not yet broken out, guys. It's still trying to break out of that larger pattern. If it breaks out, you're going to easily push for that previous 1040 high pivot there. So BBAI still looking pretty decent. Joby and Archer. Joby right now still holding value above its 7-day. Archer still holding pretty decent value above its 7-day. Inside of that nasty high volume topping tail. We will see if it can shake off some of those sellers. MP still acting quite well, holding structure on the daily chart. Interesting. All right, let's see if there's any other news headlines worth trading. Of course, if there's anything you guys want to look at, let me know. I'm just doing my pre-market scans as well. So the Philly Fed manufacturing data, guys, that came in, consensus was for 8.6. It contracted by negative 12.8. Pretty bearish print on your Philly Fed manufacturing index. Not a solid print. Did hit yields a little bit, softened up the dollar a touch. We'll watch that carefully. All right, let's see what other headlines are hitting the tape today. Veritone to raise 75 million in registered direct offerings. So look at that. VERI, what a monster gap up today. Then they announce a shelf offering, just getting absolutely obliterated now in the pre-market. So that is crazy, guys. That is a classic liquidity trap. They gap it up, huge move, up 53% yesterday. They announce a shelf offering, and the stock gets absolutely obliterated. It's always funny how a lot of stocks do that. And I think there's going to be a lot more to come. So again, debt offering for ticker VERI, Veritone. Nasty. Nasty. Critical middle shares are trading higher after the company announced a 50 million pipe financing. Okay. Taiwan Semi Manufacturing Company declares an NT dividend of $5. Bloom Energy shares are trading higher after UBS maintained a buy rating on the company. So BE maintaining positive structure. We did day trade that yesterday quite well, netting some gains on the 120 puts. I'm no longer holding any of that, but I think it's another day tradable opportunity on the short side. So Snap-on better than expected financial results. Oh, let's look at TEM. That's getting some news. So Tempest AI enters a multi-year collaboration with Whitehawk Therapeutics to leverage Tempest's real-world data and AI capabilities for biomarker-driven cancer research. Right now, the stock isn't really reacting much. Small little gap up, bouncing off that 20-day moving average for TEM, Tempest AI. Yeah, the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index sinks more than expected in October. Yep, that's right. Thermo Fisher Scientific partners with OpenAI to integrate AI across. Are you serious? Thermo Fisher partnering with OpenAI, guys. Another collab. Another collab. Pretty funny. All right, let's look at some of these LiDAR stocks. LIDR trying to hold some value, pushing to the upside. OUST Ouster after we took a bunch of profits yesterday, sweeping that $40 strike zone that we were in, netting a wonderful gain in such a quick fashion. We caught that whole breakout move, 1-2 punch. No longer in that name, but if we retest lower, I'd look to buy it. Ouster is on watch for a larger weekly bullish pattern. This is a full LiDAR play. So that's acting quite well in the very near term. Let's look at Serve Robotics, ticker SERV, another name that we are bullish on, still holding upside calls. We did trim a touch of our calls yesterday. But that being said, Serve Robotics is trading into a little bit of parallel channel resistance, but another name that is breaking out of a much larger weekly bullish formation pattern. We just got to be careful. It has had 1, 2, 3 bar surge on the weekly chart. It's had a stellar run from the low of this candle, 11.25 to the high. It's almost 100% run in 3 weeks. Just got to be careful that there could be some profit taking in that name. But Serve Robotics looking fairly strong on your daily and weekly time frames. Let's look at Symbotic, SYM, another ticker that just keeps floating and grinding day after day. Symbotic is a beast. It's funny, this was our October stock pick of the month. In the video, we did a full deep dive into this company with financials, technicals, and the stock has just absolutely been ripping. Ripping. Let's look at NEXT here. That saw a nasty little reversal. Let's look at INVZ. INVZ tried breaking out yesterday, got slapped slightly back down. Not too bad there. IREN saw a nasty reversal, up a little bit this morning. Today, AMD taking a little bit of a breather, but you have performance in Micron, Western Digital. Let's look at Broadcom today, AVGO. Look at CDNS here. CDNS still dropping lower. Let's look at Webull. Webull seeing a little bit of positivity in the pre-market. Still another one that I think has quite a bit of upside potential. Just needs to shake out some of those final bulls. DraftKings still seeing a little bit of a bounce higher. ENVX still managing to see some squeezing price. Vistra Corp, again, another name I'm very, very bullish on, acting very, very well. Oklo today, seeing yet again another push to the upside. Again, uranium still acting fairly well. So that name's not going to do anything. Alibaba, let's take a peek. Baba still trying to hold some strength here. JD gapping up slightly, very minimal though. TME, very minimal gap up. Let's look at Yang. Yang right now is negative on the session. Duolingo still looks good in my opinion. For more upside, I think that name's going to press. Let's look at Snapchat. Snapchat closed slightly negative. Right now it's trying to negate that entire bearish candle formation from yesterday. PayPal had that news pop. It got absolutely faded right back down into an accumulation zone. Again, still just digesting some of those gains, but PayPal not really performing too well. Bitcoin right now, BTC, still back inside of that bearish wedge formation. As long as you stay inside of this wedge, you're likely going to retest that lower boundary support area where you bounced here. So it looks like BTC is probably going to do a liquidity sweep of those lows. That is a potential buyable bounce. You pierce the 200 moving average, and basically that is something that I think is a swing tradable level. It's aggressive, but we get a liquidity sweep of these pivots. You look at all of this previous summer consolidation. This was a big breakout zone. You had a back test. So I like that 107 Pierce area, 105.5. I like it. You also have these two previous December 2024 pivot highs. So it's a decent support area. If BTC breaks down, we should look for some accumulation starter positions in MicroStrategy. You can look at Coin, Mara, a few of those others. Willie Wonka saying, good morning, Willie. Nice. Well, welcome to the stream, Willie. My best recommendation is just sit back, listen. You'll absorb a lot as we discuss. We discuss quite a bit of things live trading, but if you have questions, feel free to ask. All right, let's move along to some of the other commodity complex. Crude oil, yet again, still acting very weak, guys. Below all of the 7 and 20 moving averages. Near-term trend is down. Weekly chart trend is down. Does look like crude oil is going to go much lower on the weekly chart. You've got this nasty little head and shoulders formation that has triggered. You've got a 1 weekly close below, second weekly closed confirmed candle. That being said, crude oil typically has a lot of underlying buyers that like to manipulate the price action. I could expect a retest of the 20-day moving average and then a continuation down. So although we've broken structure on the larger time frame, I'm expecting still potentially a near-term pop on crude that'll shake out some of the shorts. And this next pop on crude, I think, is a shortable level down into, the $50, $51 area. But definitely a big support level for the time being on WTI crude. You got your back here in 2021 was a major consolidation zone before you broke out. But crude oil looking very, very weak, which obviously is very helpful for the market, but we still have to understand structurally why crude is breaking down. Is it economic weakness in the global economy? Is it potentially because the Trump administration is pro-fracking and drilling and their energy policies are just that much better than or that much more aggressive than the Democratic regime that we were in for the last 4 years in the States? Obviously, there's a lot of things that could be influencing crude, but mainly it's either economic government policy or economic weakness. But right now, crude is supporting higher price in the market. That's very helpful for S&P 500 stocks, especially transport stocks, airlines, any sort of transport stock benefits from lower pricing crude. But we do have crude oil inventories today. So speaking of crude will be on watch 12 p.m. Inventories come out. Expect some sort of volatility in crude. So there might be some day tradable opportunities in names like XOM, CVX. And what's really interesting to me, guys, is you look at XOM compared to crude. XOM is still trading structurally above all of its key daily chart moving averages. I mean, the longer term moving averages. You're above your daily 200. You're sitting right on that EMA 113. You look at XLE. XLE is slightly below its 200 in EMA. Right now, it's sitting right on a breakout trend line. So it's a pretty pivotal area for XLE to hold. Obviously, the energy stocks are actually holding a little bit of more underlying strength compared to the commodity itself. All right, let's move along to gold. Gold right now, yet again, another new all-time high. Just absolutely insanity in this price action. Um, it's crazy. I'm going to be selling some of my physical gold um, this weekend just because this has had such a big move. And I think that there's going to be at least a 7 to 10% correction. Right now, because gold and silver have had such a rally. The premiums in the physical market are ridiculously high right now. So I'm looking at unloading some of my physical position, which I don't really do often, but I would look to rebuy. But I think that there's even a trade on the physical commodity side. It's crazy, crazy. I mean, you look at this move and now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks of upside consecutively. And we're not talking about, a $1 billion stock here or, 500 million or even a 10 billion. We're talking about, I don't even know how liquid the gold market is now, but I think it's close to 15 trillion right now. So we're talking 15 trillion in liquidity and it's moving, it's just going absolutely bonkers, right? Let me just quickly research that. Market today. So silver as well. We did touch base on uranium. Uranium's still an absolute monster. Let's look at copper since we haven't discussed Dr. Copper in a while, but copper again had that nasty tariff fall on the back of Trump policies. It's grinded higher. Nice 50% retrace. Getting kind of sold into now. It's at a key inflection point. You're kind of above the 20, below the 7. Looking a little bit fragile here in the near term for copper, guys. You just need to keep that on watch. Marijuana stocks had a nice move yesterday, guys. Looking for some continuation moves. You really want to see them hold this structure off of yesterday's move, so we'll see if they can catch that bid or if they get sold into. Usually they get sold into, but Maybe this time is different. You have seen some positive announcements from the Trump administration regarding cannabis, specifically endocannabinoids. We'll see if we can push up here. All right, let's see what else is shaking and moving today. Let's quickly touch base on the yield market. So the 10-year yield right now still just sitting on a support level. Interestingly enough, even with the weak manufacturing data that we got this morning showing a net decline or contraction, yields are still holding that technical support, but very, very weak. Yields are likely going to go lower. I expect a little bit of a pop before we go lower, but definitely looking very, very weak on your interest rate environment market. And that's kind of one of the reasons why gold and silver are still just ripping to the upside. All right, we discussed Bitcoin, we discussed crypto. Let's look at this UVXY, guys, real quick, the VIX. So UVXY taking a little bit of a breather, but just understand we're still fairly elevated, guys, on the VIX. So what does that mean is from a trading standpoint, that means the bounces are bigger, the drops are bigger. So implied volatility is higher. So just keep that in mind when you're using your position sizing. You don't want a full pork because again, when the VIX is elevated, technical levels can be violated easier. It's a bit of a educational point that is very important when trading. Higher VIX means bigger moves in both directions and it can violate technical levels. Okay? Yesterday, you did see major banks like Morgan Stanley report earnings, gapping up. A little bit of a daily chart topping tail on volume. JP Morgan still holding technical strength above its 7-day, but also a little bit of a reversal candle. Citigroup seeing a little bit of sell side pressure off of yesterday's gap up. Wells Fargo still maintaining absolute full beast mode. No real sell side pressure there. Looking like it wants to try to close above its 52-week high level. Absolutely filthy, filthy stock. Bank of America also very, very strong. Looking like it wants to do that 1, 2, 3 bar surge on the daily chart. Acting very well. But again, we need to watch regionals because there is regional weakness again today, guys. I was quite impressed with the Russell 2000. Uh, it was very weird seeing the Russell so strong yesterday when regional banks got absolutely smoked. So if anyone knows the structure of the Russell, it holds a large share of regional banks. And typically when the regional banks are weak, the Russell's also weak. But that wasn't the case yesterday. You saw some standout performance in biotech, another large component of the IWM. Look at that candle up 3%. So it almost is like all the money that sifted out of regional banks flowed right into biotechs. Pretty impressive. You also look at retail, which is another major component of the IWM. That also gapped up pretty substantially on the Russell and then came in. So the retail XRT looks very similar to that Russell chart with a little bit of a doji candle reversal. But for now, the IWM is still inside of that doji candle. Again, the volume is increasing over the past few days, guys, so just keep that in mind. Typically, when volume does start to increase, you could see a little bit of a dip. Often you get these little retraces of these bearish candles before they start to make it down. They like to do liquidity sweeps, kind of like you were here, where you got a nice little float up, sell off, buy, little float up, and then a harder sell into your 20 days. So just be careful. We could be setting up something again on the Russell that's very similar to this structure that was in your mid-September time frame where you had a nice 1, 2, 3 bar sell off into the 20-day moving average. That's what we could be setting up over the next couple weeks as well. Let's look at our dollar. The dollar's obviously been super duper weak. Had a big breakout, then it failed, retesting a pretty big area here, guys. This is the breakout zone of the US dollar. It's kind of do or die for your US dollar. If you lose this area, the dollar's going right back down to that 50-day moving average at 98 bucks. So I think the dollar has the potential to hold here. Once again, back under that EMA 113 here in orange. So clearly still seeing a pretty big resistance level for the Dixie. And that's one of the reasons the markets have also been somewhat firm here and bouncing because you look at the dollar over the last 5 sessions, it has come in from the highs. It was looking very strong. Still think we have a 101 target on watch based off of this inverted head and shoulders. If it fails this pattern, we will just simply reassess it. All right, 912, 912. Let's throw on that S&P 500 chart to see what type of tradable zones we have, ladies and gents. So just to keep it simple, let's turn off some of these moving averages here. So keeping the S&P very simple today, guys. Very, very simple. Downsloping trend line is your breakout trend line to watch. This is a shortable area. Just so happens to be, if you're trying to break out of this downsloping trend line and trigger a bullish breakout, that's right at your massive volume shelf. Huge, huge level here for the SPY chart. So technically speaking, this breakout trend line is a very shortable aggressive level. If you get that confirmed, 15-minute, 10-minute break, depending on how quick of a time trader you are, I like to use the 10 and 15. If you're a little bit more conservative, you use the hourly chart as your breakout bar. But this is technically your aggressive short zone. If they slap it back down off of this trend line, then you have your breakdown trend line. That's technically a bit of a buyable support level. So we will see which way they want to chop this market. If you do break out, guys, you have a very strong potential W formation. Let's put the 30-minute chart on. So if you do break out, you got this left shoulder that looked like a bull flag consolidation before you broke down. You got this W formation, which is a statistically high probability bullish pattern. And you got this little bit of a right shoulder formation. It's very sloppy and choppy, but it's there. The pattern is there. So if you break out, you got quite a bit more upside in this S&P tape. I mean, 653 to 672, that's almost a $20 move, 19 bucks call it. So $19 from this area at 679. So 688 could be our upside target basically on the S&P 500. If we break out, we have not broken out yet. All right, so SPY, if we break out, has quite a bit of upside. All right, now if we break down, you also have quite a bit of downside potential. Pretty much also about a $19 move to the downside, which would be from this area, so 60, 60, so 650, so 641 would kind of be your area. So right now, it's a little bit dicey kind of trading, given the fact that the markets have had a stellar run. I think that there's always a chance we could continue to see more distribution, but we will just wait to see which way we break out. So again, keeping it really simple, shortable level until we prove the breakout, long level until we prove the breakdown. So doing a little bit of counter trend trading, guys, okay? Counter trend trading. Again, the indices might not be the best to play, both on the long and short side, considering we're getting in a very tight wedge pattern and the risk to reward is being compressed a little bit. So individual names might be the better play today. That's for sure. I'm just going to grab some Master Sensei saying rookie error I made at closing by shorting. You made an error by closing shorting socks? Well, we'll see what happens with your SOXX, right? It's up today on the back of TSM, but TSM could easily come in from the highs, guys. I mean, you're probably going to do a liquidity sweep of these highs, but I wouldn't be surprised to see yet again another reversal once we sweep this high here on SOXX. I mean, you look at this longer term trend channel that we're trading into. SOXX have had a stellar run. They should digest some of this move. I would not be surprised to see a range bound SOXX chop around, from this maybe 300 it hits, but I would not be surprised to see a range from 300 down to 270, a 30-point range where SOXX can chop in. Again, TSM earnings, they were a beat, but in my opinion, the earnings revenue growth is starting to slow down a touch. So obviously it has a bullish intraday pattern that we touched base on earlier in the morning. You can see this little inverted head and shoulders breakout on the hourly chart, but it hasn't confirmed that just yet. If it confirms that, then you got to move to about 333. But semis are definitely extended, and you factor in what's been pumping up the semiconductor market lately. It's a lot of open AI headlines, right? Nvidia got that pump, AMD got that pump, Broadcom got that open AI pump. So a lot of names have just been getting these open AI pumps. So we'll see. Obviously, semis are still the heartbeat of the market, and they are just ruthless and strong and pretty much in every component of our life. Um, but we will see if they can continue its strength. All right, I'm just gonna grab some more coffee, guys, and then we will settle in for the open here. Again, there are some clear stocks making some trends today. So I have some ideas that I'm watching. All right, I'm gonna grab some coffee. Let's go split screen here. Keep SPY there. And we will watch, what should we watch here on the other screen? We'll put up this QBTS here, guys. QBTS. All right, I'll be right back, guys. We'll settle in here. Ten o'clock, guys. I'll have to step away for like 5 minutes. I got a drone guy coming to take pictures of my house, so just updating some pictures, some family pictures. As the leaves are looking pretty nice right now on the trees, the fall colors are in, so we're just getting some sky shots of the property. But it shouldn't be long. I just gotta give him a picture to replicate and let him do his business. All right, so let's just see what else is going on here. Again, Thermo Fisher guys partnership with AI or OpenAI, that's acting very well. Snowflake partnership with Palantir, that's got a positive news catalyst. We haven't looked at Palantir. Palantir gapping up a little bit. Those are kind of your bigger headlines across the board. CRM as well, raising their guidance, acting very well, so that's gapping up this morning. VERI, Veritone announcing a shelf offering. Look at that trap again, guys. Monster 53% move to the upside yesterday. They announced a debt offering. You're going to see a lot more of that in companies, especially the companies that have absolutely printed to the high side. Mm. Oh, I love coffee. I love coffee. Ticker race, guys. Anyone still holding those 390 calls? Those are in the money by a couple bucks here, so that's acting all. I closed mine yesterday for a small gain. That was a trade from the beginning of the week when Ferrari was under a lot of pressure. Let's see. Let me see. Again, you do have some weakness in some of your regionals, guys, like Western Alliance. That's gapping down today, down at 74 bucks. Interesting. So again, I'm looking at fading SPY off the 669.13. I mean, maybe a liquidity sweep of this high pivot. So 670, I'd fade it, and then I'd long it off of this lower boundary trend line. And we'll see which way if they want to break us out today or if they want to just chop us around. HPE, I do have a long level on HPE. It's a little bit lower, so we'll wait and see how that one basically opens up and if we see some more selling. But that one's falling on a little bit of a higher capex expenditure for its Juniper network. So, I mean, it's kind of a one-off, I think, decline. Chart pattern on the daily chart is still very, very strong, even though you're losing some critical moving averages. Other than that, guys, I mean, I'm not looking to really trade any of these high flyers, on the NASDAQ. I like liquidity for all of us. I look for things that are over a billion. Unless there's a crazy opportunity that presents itself, like this Praxis Medicine PRAX. They announced some positive clinical results. If you're aggressive and risky, I know there's a lot of risky traders in here, and myself included. I take the occasional risky, but Praxis Precision Medicine PRAX positive clinical announcements. I think that on dips, this one's probably going to get bought up. And basically, I think this one could push to 200 today. All right. So we'll continue to watch that. Let's open things up here. Again, Webull looks like it's poised, guys, for potentially a little bit of a breakout here. It is gapping up. I'd love to see it. Usually, Webull is getting sold into in the morning. Right now, it is on the near-term precipice of trying to trigger a bit of an inverted head and shoulders, guys. So there's a little bit of a 10-minute, 30-minute chart pattern where Webull right now is breaking out of the downsloping neckline. If it can hold, there's a target that it could squeeze to is 1247, and then the really completed upside move of this initial pattern is around 13 bucks. So we got to watch that carefully. But Webull is showing a little bit of positive signs here in the pre-market, okay? Just as a heads up. So your S&P up 0.29% in the pre-market. QQQ leading the charge, that's up 0.5, and your Russell's up 0.33. You got Amazon just barely green. Microsoft is negative in the pre-market. Nvidia ripping up 1.45. Apple's down sharply in the pre-market, down by 0.46%. Tesla slightly negative in the pre-market. Google up 0.43 and Meta's flat. So you're seeing a continued money flow into your semiconductors today. Again, your NASDAQ is the strongest indice for now. Russell's the second strongest. SPY is lagging. Apple right now down 0.5%. We'll see if Apple wants to get gobbled up this morning. But seeing some considerable distribution for your Apple to Apple chart. You have a lot of Fed speakers layered into today, guys, so just keep that in mind. You have a ton of Fed speakers. All right, let's flip back to QBTS here. All right, let's get it, guys. Let's get it. Market opening. Few seconds here. All right, guys, markets are open here. Markets are open. S&P gapping up 666, 667. BlackBerry's looking good. Again, a potential head and shoulders. We'll see if it wants to play out. Rigetti coming in. Quantum stock seeing a little bit of distribution. IONQ's holding steady. Your dollar's catching a nice bid today. Rigetti down 3. AMD's negative. Intel's negative. 4 down. Lithium Americas Corp going down. Webull trying to break out. BlackBerry seeing some strength today. Ouster still strong. LiDAR stocks are still holding steady. Again, there's a shortable resistance, a daily chart resistance if you're aggressive. I'm personally going to wait to see if we test the top of this range, your point of control. But it would not surprise me for the markets to see a little bit of distribution here, guys. A little bit. Let's keep TSM up. Taiwan Semi is reversing in from the highs, guys. Taiwan Semi giving up all of the goods right now. Watch for some weakness. Microsoft green, Apple getting slapped, Tesla getting slapped. QQQ still the strongest indice for now. Looking at Webull. Webull's catching some volume in the pre-market here, guys. Sorry, in the morning session. Webull's acting fairly well. Let's see if they want to squeeze Webull. Again, it's a little bit of a character change on Webull. They usually slap it in the morning, guys. They are trying to pump Webull here this morning. Serve Robotics still ripping. AMD negative. Marijuana stocks under some pressure. SE up 6%. Strong day for Vistra pushing 216. Micron strong. BlackBerry still showing some positive structure. TSM, guys, going negative. Taiwan Semi is now negative. So watch for some more weakness in this tape to hit, guys. Taiwan Semi under a bit of pressure today. Looking at Webull. Webull's flying here. Rigetti's trying to bounce. QBTS trying to bounce. BlackBerry showing some positive structure in the morning session. Webull now up 2.76%. Can we get to 12 bucks today? Webull's trying to squeeze. Again, you got that bullish pattern on watch for Webull. You're coming into a little bit of a point of control volume shelf where you got rejected kind of yesterday. but we should eat through that liquidity today. Market still acting somewhat decent, seeing a little bit of top wick distribution off of that daily chart. What? September 22nd pivot high, guys. September 22nd pivot high. We got Archer Aviation's ripping up 7%. QuantumScape still green. QBTS negative. Lithium America's going down. Open Door down. Big Bear negative. Rigetti negative. Bitfarm struggling. Dollar's trying to firm up here. A little bit of top wick distribution occurring. Let's look at RGTI here. Rigetti still negative, gapping down here. Look at Taiwan Semi, guys. Taiwan Semi showing some distribution. Alright guys, Rigetti seeing some hard selling. RGTI getting cracked. Come on down, RGTI. Down 4.49% right now. RGTI is seeing some of that weakness. Webull still up 2.5%. Taiwan Semi negative, AMD negative, XOM negative. High performance crypto computing stocks. IREN looking like a bit of an H pattern, guys. IREN looks like a short, in my opinion. Let's look at some of these other high flyers. How's CRM doing? How's HPE doing? HPA trying to bounce a little bit. IWM coming in. So let's look at Serve, some of these other stocks going on. Rigetti getting slapped here, guys. Let's look at IONQ. IONQ now about to go negative. Come on down, Rigetti. Come on down. Webull's getting faded a little bit. Nice job, Caleb. Yep, Archer worked out. Good job. It's doing that retest. It's still inside of that bearish candle formation, so just keep that in mind. You're doing a little bit of a retrace, which is natural after a topping tail, so good session. Wow, Taiwan Semi guys getting slapped right now. Taiwan Semi under quite a bit of pressure. Rigetti's coming in. RGTI getting slapped right now. You have QBTS now getting hit pretty hard. Lots of little resistance zones in place for the market, guys. There is a ton of little resistance zones in place. EST coming in. Rigetti now down 5% on the session, guys. Rigetti is coming in hard. Hard. QBTS still coming in. BlackBerry seeing a nice little push here up 1.5%. Market is still acting okay. Intel's negative, Ford's negative, QBTS negative, QuantumScape still green. Big Bear II down 2%. Nvidia still holding structure. Tesla's trying to go green. Apple's still floundering around, looking pretty weak. Robinhood still up 1.21%. Micron doing well. Smith & Wesson having a good day. SWBI usually performs when there's about to be some market volatility. SWBI, load up your guns, guys. Bang, bang. Looking pretty decent on the daily chart. SWBI looks trendy here. Usually that performs when the market's about to sell. A little bit of a nuanced stock. Keep your mind. Would've, could've, should've are the three best traders, Caleb, in the market. I'd be a multi-billionaire if I kept some of my positions. All right, we are seeing Ethereum acting very well. CRM still performing, up 8.1%. Another positive day for Starbucks. Okta doing well. Snapchat green. Google's ripping. Transport stocks still doing well. Quantum stocks coming under some more pressure, guys. They are still seeing some downside pressure in quantum land. QBTS now coming in. Let's see if we can drop this QBTS stock. Rigetti looking a little bit toppy here. But nice job for booking your profits there, Caleb. Again, there's a clear little distribution in quantum names today. Looking at Vista, guys, still another strong day that's trying to break out to the high side for VST. We almost got our 220 calls in the money, guys. Almost. Webull still trying to break out here intraday. Looking for its first positive 10-minute close here. Rigetti again, still looking weak. Let's see how Snowflake is doing off of their new partnership with Palantir. Still acting quite well. Is HPE into a little bit of an area here? It's getting a bounce, but not at my area just yet. QBTS, still trying to look at BlackBerry. BlackBerry's looking very strong here off of some lower boundary support zones. BlackBerry is holding some technical structure, trying to breach and clear that pivot high. Looking a little bit squeezy here for BlackBerry. Interesting. Come on down, quantum stocks. Come on down. Rigetti still coming in. QBTS. Come on down, QBTS. You're still seeing a little bit of strength in LiDAR stocks, but they are seeing some distribution. Nat gas inventories today, guys. We're still seeing the markets holding technical structure, but really struggling off of that September 22nd pivot high, guys. September 22nd. Again, we're just chopping in no man's land. We haven't broken out. We haven't broken down. Your breakout trend line is still up ahead around 669. Your breakdown zone is much, much lower. Quantum stocks showing a bit of weakness today. Could be forward indicating of a little bit of those higher beta stocks could come under some near-term pressure. Lithium Americas Corp getting absolutely slapped, down 10.5%, guys. Look at that nastiness. Rigetti still coming down. QBTS, guys, look at this. Come on down, QBTS. S&P getting slapped right now. We are chopping down. We are chopping down. Come on down, QBTS. Come on down. Rigetti now down sharply, guys. Taiwan Semi still negative, but you still have strength across your semiconductors, but they are starting to see some reversal down. Yeah, Webull needs to break out here. I mean, it's just been a dog struggling at every turn, but it's getting close. IONQ now down 2.2. O closed on negative, so you're seeing those higher beta stocks, guys, running into some sell side pressure. S&P breaking down. Rigetti, QBTS looking a little bit weak. You got some head and shoulders patterns on some of these quantum names that are looking a little bit dicey here intraday. Just a little bit dicey. Let's look at regional banks real quick. Oh, they're just getting absolutely slapped down another 2.2%. You look at some of these regionals like WAL down 7%, guys. PNC, that had earnings yesterday. That's still holding a little bit better. Let's look at the big banks. XLF, that's slightly negative. Your IWM still holding positive structure. I'm very surprised considering things. But you look at XBI, another day of a gap up on biotech, guys. Absolutely filthy. Biotech's doing strong. Keep this Ultimmune on watch. It could potentially see some money flow today. Google still remarkably strong. Let's look at IONQ this morning. IONQ getting slapped right now. Down a little bit. Tesla, let's look at Mr. Tessie. Tessie still struggling. Let's looking at Webull here. Webull's trying to make a move, guys. Webull is trying to make a little bit of a move higher here. Let's go, Weeble. Punch it. Can we squeeze this name today? It's due for a squeeze. It's been absolutely bludgeoned. You know, when the market's been outperforming, Weeble's kind of just been stuck. Stuck. And I mean, we've seen some insane volume trends on Webull down here. I mean, just that one candle alone, that little bit of reversal intraday squeeze that we saw off of this low and reversal. I mean, that was in one single trading session. That was a 11% rally, guys. Crazy, eh? On Webull. See if we can pump it up. Come on, Webull. All right, quantum names are still showing weakness. Micron strong. Smith & Wesson, guys, SWBI holding steady. Ford negative. LAC negative. AMD's negative. Big Bear AI is down. Rigetti down 4.4. Bitfarm struggling today, down 13%. RX down 2. Plug Power seeing some strength. You've got the dollar curling to the downside right now. Yield, 2-year yield is green, up 0.4. 10-year yield is green. Gold is up 1. Crude oil soft today. Nat gas slightly down, 0.5%. Has Nat gas bottom? Master Sensei's asking. I don't know if it's bottom, but I think there's a day tradable long. That's for sure. Webull trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Remember, Nat gas has inventories today around 10:30. So just keep that in mind. There's going to be some increased volatility in those names. Tesla's still down 0.2. Apple negative. All your other mega caps are green. IWM is now the worst performing, with the QQQ the best performing. So you're seeing a little bit of a divergence from your mega cap and small caps. S&P starting to push higher here. Boeing green, NVIX green, Vistracorp still pushing, trying to here. Webull up 2.8%. Come on, Webull, push it. Robinhood is up 0.84. SE seeing some strength. Marijuana stocks under a little bit of pressure. Quantum names. Look at this LIDR, guys. LIDAR. Trying to rip here. Trying to break out. Ouster's fairly muted today, but ticker LIDR is trying to push here. QBTS looking a little bit fragile here. Come on, chop these quantum names down. New high of day for your S&P 500. New high of day. Quantum's not really participating in some of this rally today. Interesting. Very cool. S&P starting to try to squeeze here. Again, we have a shortable level coming up on your S&P. A Pierce of 669 gets me very interested for a bit of a short scalp. 9:45 time frame. We are still seeing positive structure in the market. The S&P and Qs are rallying, but the IWM is not. Google, your best performing mega cap on the session. I'm looking at financials. JP Morgan starting to give up the goods a little bit. Morgan Stanley still slightly green. Rigetti down 5.48. QBTS down 2.46. Webull still trying to hold steady. Nat Gas trying to catch some liquidity. Bitcoin up 0.4. Apple and Tesla still your dark spots in the market, struggling here. Intraday. IREN, guys, high crypto computing stocks are under pressure. So Iron seeing some sell side. Cypher Mining seeing some sell side pressure. How's TeraWolf doing? Also seeing some downside pressure. So again, these high beta quantum and crypto high computing stocks are under pressure this morning, guys. There's a clear little bit of a distribution theme going in these high beta pre-revenue companies. I mean, that's what it seems to me, at least. You look at Cypher, that's coming down as well. RGTI seeing some distribution. QBTS still seeing some distribution here. Rigetti still seeing some distribution. Gold still holding steady. Seeing a little bit of a value play coming in. Quite a bit more stocks are starting to see some sell side pressure. The S&P Still struggling off of that same resistance zone, guys. Your VIX is basically flat on the session. It's trying to go positive. QBTS now falling. Next leg lower, guys. Next leg lower. You got a hard fall down to this neckline. And then if you trigger this head and shoulders, you got a nasty, nasty potential downside move on QBTS and quantum names, guys. They are getting sold into today. Just be careful about holding this little bit of a bag. Quantum names are stretched by every metric. But that liquidity that comes out of quantum should try to flow into some other stocks. It'll be interesting to see if we can spot those trends. You know, maybe Bull is one of them. And one of the reasons why you're seeing Webull strong today, guys, is you did have IBKR, Interactive Brokers, ripping to the upside on its actually, never mind, it's not. It was looking strong off the open, but got faded here slightly. IBKR does have earnings so coming up, so we'll see if that can push here. Webull still trying to break out here. A little bit of top wick distribution. Coming in just a touch. Rigetti new lows. QBTS ripping to the downside here, guys. Beautiful little 3.6% decline. Chop it down. Chop it down, guys. S&P getting slightly faded here. Rigetti down sharply. Rigetti's already down 6.73%, guys. Beautiful price action to the downside. Chop these quantum names down. UVXY defense stocks, maybe. Maybe. AMD now down 1.45%. You're seeing a lot of these high beta stocks, LiDAR stocks under pressure, INVZ, Ouster. They're all coming in a little bit here, guys. Robinhood still green. Webull still up 1.6. Boeing slightly green. Vistra, NVIX still green. IONQ down 4.2%. Chop QBTS down. We've got our $43 QBTS puts now in the money from yesterday. Let's see how much we can squeeze out of this lemon, guys. Beautiful. Come on. We shorted quantum yesterday on a couple reasons, right? Very similar structural setup to CRML. You know, that CRML printed that daily hanging man candle. We caught those put options above 30 for 100%. Now we are still short QBTS and Rigetti, and those stocks are underperforming in a very big way. Come on down, Rigetti. Come on down, QBTS. I want my puts deeper in the money. Go, 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 go. Dollar trying to bounce a little bit. Yields are still green. Your VIX UVXY just turned to the upside, guys. BlackBerry looking pretty decent here for BB. Trying to break out yet again while the markets are coming in. Webull getting faded. Smith & Wesson still pumping. Tesla, Apple going lower. Your Russell 2000 just turned negative, guys. Lithium Americas Corp getting slapped. Look at QBTS fall to the downside. What is ABAT doing? Another battery play getting absolutely smoked. LAC getting absolutely smoked here. Your IWM is bleeding, guys. Bleeding. Chop it down. Chop it down. Look at QBTS. We are printing on our puts, guys. I love it. I absolutely love it. S&P still holding steady despite the selling in the Russell and small caps. Chop these quantum names downtown. Beautiful little scalping trade setup on these quantum names, guys. We posted that in our free Telegram chat yesterday. Well, we sent out the alert to members, but we posted that very similar structural setup based off of technicals and candle formation yesterday. and they are falling. Now, we should see if the markets, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get a little bit of a bounce. You still have quite a bit of pockets of strength. I'm seeing some communication stocks acting well. I'm seeing utilities are acting well. If we look at the sectors of the S&P 500 today, there's still some pockets of strength. You got communications, tech, staples, real estate, utilities, healthcare, and consumer discretionary all still doing fairly well. Your weak spots are in financials, energy, industrials, and retail. And of course, your IWM being led to the downside by KRE, guys. Look at regional banks getting absolutely smoked. Remember, regional banks can influence the market. Why? Because regional banks borrow to a lot of these highly speculative companies like Quantum. These higher beta stocks gain a lot of their liquidity from Quantum. All right, guys, I'm trimming half my QBTS short. My October 17th put, I'm trimming half of that. Beautiful profit there, guys. Gonna put a protective stop at break even. So I trimmed at 2.51, guys, my QBTS, half of it, for my October 17th. I'm sending out the alert right now, members. So locking in some gains there. Amazing little trade. Locked in 48% profit, guys. 48% profit in the options group. Still have runners on the table, guys. All right, beautiful little trade there, guys, on QBTS. That was an epic little short setup that we took yesterday, and we still got half the position running, guys. And we have some farther dated puts. So, nice job. Nice job if you caught that with us. Look at these other high crypto computing stocks. Iron, under some near-term pressure. Cipher Mining, under some near-term pressure. Rigetti, getting absolutely slapped. So we booked 45% profit on our QBTS short, guys. That was another member little trade. Look at QBTS getting knifed. Beautiful price action in the market. S&P still holding steady here, but you're getting some bigger trend breakdowns in some of these higher beta stocks, and they're all tied to your regional banks, guys. Regional banks are getting absolutely slapped right now, down 3% on the session. We are seeing full-fledged liquidation in your regionals. Again, there is some support here on your QBTS, which is why we took half of our profits, but I'm looking for this head and shoulders to break down. Rigetti still getting absolutely crushed right now. But would not be surprised for a bit of a bounce here, guys. Regionals are getting crushed. Look at them, down 3.29%, sweeping that red bar low from Friday. Remember, that sell-off that we had on regionals was your Friday low. Look at where the S&P is trading compared to that Friday low. Where is it? Right here, right? No, sorry, right here. So the S&P, imagine the S&P sells down to its Friday low. That's about a $7 drop. Just basically purely off of what regionals are doing. Crazy. IONQ still looking heavy here. IREN getting absolutely smoked, guys. We're now profitable on our short common shares. That is coming in quite nicely. Let's go. Take this market downtown. Come on down. Come on down, market. Mr. Market. Rigetti down 7.86. QBTS still getting slapped here. Looking so heavy on the chart. Craziness. Crazy. IREN down 7. Nasty. Market is in trouble here. If these high beta stocks keep selling, we're going to see that Russell fall even more, guys. Look at that IWM looking pretty nasty. Needs to hold this area or it runs the risk of having a very big fall down to these lower boundary pivots. Not much support has been built up here. This is your support level on the Russell. You lose this and it could be a Humpty Dumpty fall to the basement. Look at IONQ. My oh my. Getting absolutely wrecked right now. Quantum is seeing some massive distribution, guys. Rigetti still hasn't even tested its neckline. That's coming lower. We're also shorted that yesterday with members. QBTS trying to go lower. There is some support here, but I would be I would think twice about trying to catch that dip on QBTS, guys, and Quantum. We are seeing these stocks get liquidated. And remember, these are not profitable companies, pre-revenues. Pre-revenues, so they could see quite a big distribution day, especially if regionals stay weak. You got to keep your eye on KRE. I highly suggest having a window open for regional banks because if they start to sell off more, then we could be in for some trouble. For now, though, the S&P and Qs are holding steady, guys. You're seeing a lot of that money being siphoned out of the Russell and small caps, flowing into your QQQ. Your QQQ is still holding pretty steady here. Taiwan Semi, though, making that red to green reversal, a bit of a failed breakout. AMD still holding steady. Micron still holding steady, but off of the highs. Nvidia right now still holding steady. Tesla, that's making a little bit of a reversal higher here. Apple, still a little bit weak. Let's look at CRM. CRM still holding positive structure. Snowflake still holding positive structure. DoorDash still holding positive structure, guys. PLTR still holding positive structure. KRE just looking like a freaking bloodbath. That is nasty. Yeah, financials should see some weakness. You know, there's just too much weakness in financials right now. JP Morgan under pressure. Morgan Stanley, guys, has now gone negative. So again, Morgan Stanley had that big gap up on earnings yesterday. But you got a ton of weakness in your financials today. An absolute bloodbath in financials. And that's a problem because financials it's an important sector. XLF is a very important sector for SPY, and KRE is an even more important sector for your Russell 2000. And that's one of the reasons these quantum computing stocks and crypto high computing stocks are just getting dusted today. Absolutely dusted. Oklo's also gone negative. That's down a couple percentage points. Let's see what uranium, URA, still slightly positive, guys. BlackBerry still holding some positive structure, guys. That looks pretty decent. CoreWeave's gone negative. Western Digital Micron still holding structure. Lululemon's down. Duolingo's down. Snapchat's still green. ONDS, drone plays coming in. Another down day, 4.8%. DPRO, Dragonfly, another down day as well. Snapchat and communication stocks are still holding steady. Utilities, PEG, look at PEG, guys, ripping here. Absolutely ripping new highs. So you're seeing some money flow moving a little bit more defensively, guys. A little bit more defensively. And that's kind of interesting to me. That's actually very interesting. Apple's still struggling on the session. Still seeing the S&P 500 chopping around. Guys, I'm trimming half of my PEG calls. I'm trimming half of my PEG calls. All right, for a nice 26% gain. Still have time on them. Just going to keep a break-even stop loss. All right, so locking in more profits on PEG 8750s. Still holding some runners with a break-even. So a nice little 26% trim on the call options there. All right, we are seeing the dollar, guys, trying to firm up here. Rigetti still looking pretty weak on the daily chart, still super duper extended. Quantum stocks still look like they're coming in for another wave of selling, guys. Another wave of selling coming in. Your S&P struggling, and believe it or not, the longer it takes to get above this previous September 22nd high, or yeah, September 22nd high, the worse it's going to be for the S&P 500. Leads me to think we could go lower, so just keep that in mind, guys. This market looks very, very weak today, guys, with regional banks, Micron now coming in, so just keep that in mind. This market is, I don't know, there's something under the hood of this market that financials aren't liking, and that's a bit of a problem. Archer Aviation getting sold into, Rigetti down 7, CRML down another 6.2. Come on down. QBTS is still printing for us, guys. Beautiful price action in QBTS. I love it. I love it. Rigetti as well. That's super duper weak. DocuSign showing some strength. IONQ now down 5.4%. So good job taking profits, guys, on 2 options plays already in the option trading group. Locking in 48% on QBTS puts. Locking in 26% on PEG calls. Looking at BlackBerry, guys, BB showing some positive structure here. BlackBerry's trying to squeeze here a little bit, guys. Interesting. A little bit of a bullish chart pattern when a lot of things are looking fairly weak. That's looking somewhat strong. We'll see if it can muster up some strength here and keep pushing. Or if this is just a little bit of a liquidity grab. Your SPY chart is still holding steady here, guys. So your S&P is structurally acting A-OK for the time being. Abez is saying, do you see a cup and handle in Palantir or just my hopes? Let's look at PLTR here. It's a market leader. Yeah, PLTR. What time frame you looking on? Let me see here. 10-minute. Yeah, there's a cup and handle. Inverted head and shoulders. There is. I'm assuming this is what you're looking at here. You know, it's there for sure. You know, you're basically breaking out of your little shoulder formation here, so it's there. The only problem is, like, look at this, right? You got slapped, you just had barely a positive close on that 10-minute chart, and you haven't confirmed it, so it could be doing a little bit of a liquidity sweep there, Abez, so just keep in mind, you know, it hasn't really triggered on your hourly chart. It's trying, though. It's definitely stronger than the market, so it's certainly trying. I'll give you that much. You know, you look at Palantir on a structural basis, it's basically running into its prior day high right now. You know, you look at SPY as well, 10-minute chart, still just stuck in an opening range here. You haven't really gone anywhere. So PLTR is certainly trying, but just be careful. It could be a bit of a failed breakout, an attempt. Staples, consumer staples. Yeah, consumer staples are showing some strength today. Utilities are, that's energy, sorry. Utilities are also showing some strength today. So you're seeing capital move a little bit more defensively, guys. Look at regionals. Still no love for regionals, down 3.42%. Remember, everyone forgets that regional banking crisis that we went through quite a while ago. But regionals can take down the market if they start to fall. You know, if they start to breach this 3.5% down day, it's going to take this whole market down because it's not going to put confidence in this market. You look at QBTS breaching, trying to trigger that head and shoulders, guys. Crazy price action. This is getting filthy here. This is getting real filthy. I love it. Chop these quantum names down. Chop them down. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back here. I just had to talk to the drone guy for a second. Pay him. All right, so we're seeing the markets bouncing quite nicely here. You're getting a big bounce and continuation in BlackBerry. Quantum stocks are actually bouncing quite nicely. QBTS trying to do a liquidity sweep of that neckline. Rigetti trying to bounce as well. So the entire market catching a little bit of a liquidity bid after the S&P did break that opening range low, doing a little bit of a liquidity sweep. So again, a lot of those traders that have that opening range breakout or breakdown strategy, you've probably all heard it, the orb strategy, basically you're getting swept there. If you shorted that thinking a breakdown, you got eaten up on your puts. So it's always risky trying to trade initially with the trend until you get that confirmed breakdown, and we haven't got that confirmed breakdown just yet. IWM bouncing a little bit. Your regional banks caught a little bit of liquidity, still very, very weak for regional banks, so you got to be mindful of that aspect. What else we got going on in the tape? Couple of the questions here. Rams in Palantir puts. APK, I'm looking at the OI, open interest for SPX going into OPEX 6,700 looks like a magnet. Let's put up the SPX here. So APK saying there's a lot of open interest around 6,700, and that's just because it's a big psychological number. So it's something that could definitely occur. Kratos, KTOS, Master Sensi, do I like Kratos? Stocks at 90 typically go to 100. Yeah, Kratos it's a nice pullback zone. I still think that Kratos is in a very strong, larger time frame trend. It might take another week of selling. I would love to see it fill this weekly chart gap fill around 86. Let this weekly 7 moving average catch up. But KTOS, still a quality defensive name, likely will catch a continuation move to the upside. So yeah, I like Kratos. It's a nice healthy pullback. This, probably 12 to 24 months, as long as the market's strong, it'll be back into new all-time high territory. So a nice pullback, from 112 down to 90. Decent area. This is actually the first retest of the 20-day moving average since you broke out here. So naturally, there might be one more dip lower. I think what they're going to try to do, the market makers here, is they're going to try to get a bearish crossover of the 7 and 20. So right when that crossover is about to happen, I think that's the buy. All right, BlackBerry still looking a-okay. Rigetti still down 6.8. Archer still slightly green. NVTS is green. NIO had a big bounce. Look at BlackBerry. BlackBerry's showing some strength here, guys. Showing some considerable strength. S&P 500 still okay, guys. Hasn't really broken down. You're holding that opening range. Technically speaking, you haven't broke. You're just chopping. So it's a tough indice to trade right now. They're just chopping people up and down as people are guessing which way the direction's going to break. Caleb asking about AMD. AMD might get rejected here. Yeah, AMD, again, 240. It's just remarkably expensive up here. I still think AMD's is 180 stock. But it's holding technical strength with the entire semiconductor. And you're right, it could get rejected here. You've seen TSM get slapped down. So there's certainly a little bit of profit taking occurring in semiconductors. The big thing that TSM was breathing life into this market, it is falling a little bit right now. On semiconductor, having a good day up a couple percent. Surfer is looking at Prax, PRAX. No, Prax is I think Prax is a tough short. Wow, look at that. That's just grinded higher. And I said 200 was my target, but now that we're there, I mean, the market is trying to firm up. It could still go to 222. You might get a small pullback profit taking here. There is a weekly pivot high resistance zone. There's also a previous weekly bounce spot, so you could get some minor profit taking here. But I think that this dip is probably still going to get bought up here. Still I mean, look at the RSI, 99.44 on your 10-minute RSI. That is insane. That is insane. If you're wanting to short it here with your stop loss at the high of this pivot, that would be the trade, guys. But just understand if you get a move through this pivot, you're probably going to about 223. So if you're wanting to try to short it for a little pullback, just keep a tight stop, okay? It's looking pretty filthy. Looking pretty filthy. All right, BlackBerry guys, ripping BB could be in for a squeezer. A little bit of a gap up there on that last 10-minute chart showing you that people are just slapping the market buy. Nat gas coming in. 8 minutes till nat gas inventories, ladies and gents. 8 minutes till nat gas inventories. Ticker SOAR. Also pulling back quite sharply. Let's look at NUAI. That's still holding structure. QS coming in a little bit. CRML still coming in a little bit. LAC still coming in a little bit. VERI still gapping down but seeing some buy pressure. But BlackBerry looks good, guys. BB breaking above its daily chart 7. It looks squeezy today, guys. BlackBerry looks squeezy. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Webull still trying to hold that little bit of a neckline zone at its opening range low. Serve Robotics going green here. A little bit more positivity is creeping back into the market. Your IWM is still lagging pretty tremendously, but definitely firming up off of the lows. We look at regional banks. They are trying to catch a bid, but regional banks are still so weak on the session right now, guys. KRE still struggling down in these deep, dark depths below. QBTS and Quantum also struggling down here. Silver gold still ripping to the high side. Smith & Wesson still having a good day, guys. SWBI trying to break out to new highs. Our $10 calls are in the money on SWBI, so I like it a lot. All right, SPY looks a little bit heavier. I think that you might get slapped down here, guys. Just be careful. Some weird price action in the tape today. Micron still ripping. Baba still acting well. Google still acting well. Crypto stocks are seeing some slight distribution. That regional chart, guys, not looking hot. Knifing through the daily 200 moving average today. Wow, look at BlackBerry, guys. Surging. Fat candle to the upside there on BB, guys. Huge push. BlackBerry's trying to squeeze. I got an upside target of 480 minimum. BlackBerry's seeing some volume. Big breakout there. I don't know if there was volume, but what a move there on BB, guys. Nice move. Come on, squeeze BlackBerry higher. Imagine they squeeze BlackBerry all the way up to this high pivot resistance. Webull coming in. Quantum stock still seeing more distribution. Taiwan Semi still looking heavy, down 0.5%. AMD is getting a little bit faded off the highs. Interesting. S&P getting slapped right back down. Huge volume there on BlackBerry, guys. Don't know if there's news, but BlackBerry seeing a beautiful breakout of 3.76%, starting to outperform. This name can squeeze. BlackBerry is a small market cap that could squeeze. You've triggered a little bit of a bullish 30-minute inverted head and shoulders, which gives you an upside target of about 480, guys. 480. Wow, GDX and gold are just monsters. Gold up 1.25%. That is just a filthy squeeze. BlackBerry's trying to go. BB trying to go. SPY's still just going everywhere but nowhere. Look at BlackBerry ripping, guys. BB. BlackBerry's ripping. Surfer saying what a short on PRAX. Yeah, nice little short there, for sure. Good job there, Sarf. Good job. Just protect that trade. If you're shorting it, protect those profits. Regional banks are still getting liquidated here, guys. Down 3.82%. All right, I think SPY is a short now with regionals this week. I mean, I don't think the market's going to like this at all. This is crazy. Already out. Nice job. Profits book. All right, nat gas inventories are coming out here momentarily. I believe. Yep. 76 billion consensus build. Your dollar's still weaker than ever. We have, all right, nat gas, guys, is spiking here. Spiking higher. Beautiful move to the upside, guys. Beautiful move. If you're wanting to protect your Boyle trade, I highly suggest you protect it. It's getting wicky around here. Nat gas now getting some sell side pressure. It's wicking around. Inventories come out 80 billion, so it's a higher than expected build for nat gas, guys. I repeat, it's a higher than expected build for nat gas. Nat gas is still trying to firm up, but inventories printing a higher than expected build for nat gas. It's wicking around. If you're long, just protect those trades with some stop losses because it is wicking around. Higher than expected build though. Nat gas is trying to break down here. Still seeing the S&P coming into a little bit of sell side pressure. Webull still weak. S&P 500 still slightly weak. Regional banks, new low for KRE, almost down 4% on the session, guys. Regional banks are struggling. Ouster's down, LiDAR stocks under some pressures. Again, your staple stocks. Marijuana stocks are catching a little bit of a bid here. CGC up 1.37%. Nat gas just wicking around here. It's getting wicky. See if they can firm up. All right, regional banks are catching a little bit of a bid now, guys. KRE trying to find a little bit of 10-minute chart support, still under 60 bucks, down 3.84%. Looking a little bit dicey there. Silver gold still a ripper. S&P still holding steady. Nat gas still just wicking around here, guys. Wicking around. Dollar getting absolutely smoked. Your Dixie is under some near-term pressure. $60.02 is your daily 200 moving average for regional banks, KRE. That is a big level to keep watch of if they can recapture that daily 200. Nat gas is wicking around here. Lots of volume and volatility. We'll see if they want to hold pre-market low. If you lose pre-market low, nat gas is probably going to test a little bit lower and go for a liquidity sweep of that 338 pivot. If it can hold this pre-market low, it should try to do a good old-fashioned float and grind. But crazy chop and slop there for Natty. A lot of chop and slop. Your S&P 500 has gone nowhere, guys. Absolutely nowhere. Really, really nowhere. Rigetti still down 7.17%. RGTI still struggling immensely. I still think that this market could fall on the back of financial weakness. I do not like what I see in your high beta stocks. You're getting that selling from high beta flowing into your mega caps today, which is a sign that capital is moving slightly defensive. Nat gas trying to firm up here, still down by 0.46%. Boyle's trying to firm up. Yeah, dust is down 7%. Gold is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. BlackBerry still holding structure up 4% on the session, outperforming. Vistra still trying to push up 1.67. Micron still a beast. Google still a beast. Nvidia still a beast, up 1.68. Bitcoin's gone negative. Nat gas wicking around here. S&P trying to firm up in the face of financial weakness. Come on, Nat gas. Liquidity sweep on both sides of the trade. Nat gas has gone nowhere. Pop up sides of the trade. Again, I'm still writing BOIL. I'm still writing Boyle. We are slightly in profit. I have a protective stop in place, but Boyle is trying to move up here. Nat gas is trying to go positive here. All right, so IWM down 0.48, QQQ up 0.77, SPY up 0.36, Amazon up 1.12, Microsoft Green up 0.35, Nvidia full bull up 1.65, Apple bear down 0.47. Look at Boyle. Boyle's starting to rip, guys. Come on, BOIL. Take us to gap fill. Regional banks are firming up. Go, Boyle, go. Quantum stocks still seeing weakness despite the market trying to bounce. Again, you have a shortable level on SPY around the pierce of this breakout trend line. Remember, we have not broken out. You're still just chopping in a bit of a wedge formation. We will see which way they want to take this market. Go Nat gas, go. Nat gas turning positive off of a weak inventory report. That is showing technically relative strength. Go Boyle, go. Rip it. Rip it. We're seeing a bigger bounce in regionals, guys. All right, members, I have a in the money stop on my Boyle trade. I repeat, in the money stop on my Boyle trade. I did send out an alert. My target I'm looking for is this 25.85 to 25.87 area. I'm looking for a move into that gap fill. Come on. Let's see if we can get there. Nat gas is positive slightly on the session, trying. S&P going for a bit of a liquidity grab and sweep. We're seeing regional banks catching a little bit of a 10-minute bounce here. Some volumes coming in. Go Boyle, go. Go Boyle, go. Silver gold still remarkably strong, holding technical strength and structure. IONQ still down 3%, but off of the lows. Semiconductors are still trying to rip here through Micron, AMD, Nvidia. Tesla back to the green side. Apple's now trying to firm up as well. Seeing a little bit more positivity. Interesting to see Nat Gas bounced off of its 20-day moving average again. That's where they defended Nat Gas off of the 20-day MA, which is sitting at 342. Currently we're at 347. Looks like they want to try to press Nat Gas into maybe the daily 7 moving average, which is sitting at 350, guys. So Nat Gas is trying to firm up here. Big punch through on Boyle. Come on. Go Boyle, go. Rip it. Rip it, Boyle. Rip it, Nat Gas. Again, a lot of bottom wicks which are showing heavy accumulation there. Potentially a little bit of a breakout pattern that is trying to show some positivity. BlackBerry getting faded. Quantum still weak. Nike down. INVZ down. Diageo having a solid session today. DEO bouncing quite nicely. Baxter trying. LIDR. That's trying. Webull has kind of just been stuck here. No breakout, no breakdown. Maybe it's going to have a little bit of a liquidity pop here. Kind of lagged a little bit, sitting right on that opening range low. QBTS still testing that neckline. IONQ still looking pretty weak. Rigetti still looking super, super weak. Nasty. QUBT holding up a little bit better than the rest of the complex. Prax at a double top. Yeah, you could again. Keep a tight stop loss. 201 again. Yep, you could short it there, that's for sure. That's sweeping that resistance pivot there. Again, just keep a tight stop loss because if you get through this, you believe it or not, you could still head to 224. I know it's freaking extended, don't get me wrong. But you got strength in biotechs today, which is kind of also helping that kind of a stock. But yeah, it's into a double top. If you're wanting to short it here, just keep a 10-minute close or a 5-minute close above that high pivot. Not the worst area, not the best area. You know, you could get a quick impulse candle. That's what I'm thinking they're going to do. Just be careful. They might impulse it up through this resistance, and then that would be a short. So if you get a quick spike up, try to short that pop because it's still looking pretty decent. I mean, yeah, it's looking strong, looking real strong. Wow. So just be careful. Big pop in the market too, guys. Really big pop. Look at Boyle going, guys. Boyle is starting to rip. Let's go. Send it. Send it. Send it. We're almost into target, guys. We are almost into target. Let's go. Beautiful little trade that we sent out to members on Boyle. Look at Nat Gas now up 0.5%. Nat Gas is ripping on a weaker than expected print. So The inventory is showing a little bit less demand and it's still rallying. Quite crazy. Can't stop, won't stop. S&P coming into that breakout trend line. Volume shelf, point of control. There is yet again another shortable potential level. I repeat, there is a potential shortable level coming up into play here. Let's look at Prax again. That's still a full beast mode. BlackBerry's still trying to trend here. Weeble's still super duper weak on the session. S&P 500 going, guys. All right, there is a shortable level here on SPY. I'm looking at fading this breakout. I think they're going to try to do a liquidity grab and sweep. So I'm going to look at, but I want us to hit 669 first. I want us to hit 669 first. All right. Yeah, SOX is breaking out. The whole market's structurally looking a little bit better. You still have weakness in your regionals, but we'll see if this is a fake breakout. You've triggered a little bit of a 10-minute inverted head and shoulders here on SPY. So your neckline breakout is here. You're still stuck inside of a larger wedge, but you have broken out here on SPY, guys. But I'm still looking at fading into the 669 pierce zone. I think there is a fadeable opportunity. This is the first breakout through your opening range high. We'll see if they're doing a liquidity grab just like they did through the low here. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to look at 666 0 DTEs, the devil number puts, so 666 puts. It's kind of what I'm going to be looking at. Again, it's very aggressive, so size accordingly. I want to see us hit this area here. Your regional banks are trying to firm up. Quantum stocks are trying to firm up. Natural gas still acting well. Oil is trying to move here. Your dollar's still weak. Oil is still trying to come into target, guys. We are still acting very, very well. Come on, Boyle. Let's go, let's go. Webull now catching a bid. Everything is catching a decent sized bid here. Boyle's almost into target. Natural gas is still trying to push to the upside. All right, Boyle's coming into TP1, guys. TP1. All right, guys, I'm trimming half of my Boyle position. Beautiful little trade there if you caught that with us. Boom. Beautiful little nat gas trade, guys. That was telegraphed. That's what I'm talking about. Going in with full size there. That was beautiful for swinging that yesterday. So hopefully everyone was able to make some money on that nat gas. Sure, you can see SPY getting rejected. I never got short. I was looking for a pierce of that trend line. Never officially gave it to me, but you can see it's seeing some slight rejection. But nice little nat gas trade. Banked some profits in Boyle. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Another little good session here with quantum profits, nat gas profits. All right, guys, so I still think nat gas can push higher to about 351, 352. That's where you have your 7 and your 200 daily chart moving average. So Boyle should continue to see some positive price action. Bang, bang. Boyle went right into that gap, guys, right into that gap. Look at SPY getting wicked down and faded here. All right, let's flip back to regional banks. We'll watch those here, see what type of a bounce. Still getting a decent bounce. Your Russell 2000, still looking pretty heavy here, guys. Also getting slapped right back down. Your S&P dropping like it's hot. Nat gas still positive on a weak print, guys. Oh, I wish I took those SPY puts. But it never hit my level, man. But anyone that shorted SPY off of that trend line, that's a really solid area. Really solid. And see if you draw it through that previous pivots, you got slapped right back down. BlackBerry still holding steady. Weeble's trying to firm up here. It's just struggling immensely. Serve down. Crazy, crazy little session. ONDS down another 6%. Chipotle turning green. CRM's getting faded here. Let's look at some of these other movers here. CRM getting fully liquidated here, guys. TSM still trying to bounce. How's Thermo Fisher? TMO announcing a partnership with OpenAI, so that's kind of your next move. Not many people were expecting that. I didn't expect that either. CMG trying to firm up here. Let's look at Vistra. Vistra still just consolidating inside of a range. Snapchat turned green off of that pop. Nice little move there. Interesting. GDX still at beast mode. Looking at gold. Gold trying to chop a little bit here. Still acting well. Silver. Silver is crazy as well. Absolutely crazy. Come on. BlackBerry looks ready to pop, guys. BlackBerry looks ready to absolutely pop here. Come on. Starbucks still having a decent day, building quite a bit of momentum. They went through their restructuring, closing, I think, what was it, 400 stores. So they're trying to shake off that little bit of a selling. MRK, that's still under some pressure. Ethereum having a good day. Let's look at GIS. GIS still just chopping in this lower boundary range, cannot get going. Costco, Walmart, S&P getting rejected here, guys. Look at that rejection on the S&P. Could be going lower. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. SPY getting slapped around now. Russell 2000, IWM, still seeing some distribution. SPY, again, looking a little bit bearish here, guys. Those regionals are a problem. QBTS coming in lower, guys. Look at that. $42 puts are still the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, Rigetti coming in hard. And you know, Cabin, I looked at that open interest that you called out yesterday, liked it. I just went a little bit farther out on the put options, but I entered Rigetti puts yesterday based off of what you told me about the open interest. And then the chart itself, you know, quantum stocks are overdone. So we'll see if it can sweep this low, come into that $50 area. But yeah, I'm already in puts in Rigetti, and those are working out quite nicely. Also in puts on QBTS. Again, QBTS, guys, this was I did a little bit of a short video on it, but QBTS printed that daily chart hanging man candle yesterday, and that typically it has a high statistical probability of seeing downside. You saw the exact same candle set up on CRML, daily chart hanging man candle, and then a gap down the next day. We caught that daily chart hanging man candle, boom, and we netted over 100% gain on those contracts. We caught this QBTS daily chart hanging man candle, boom, netting a ton of money on our put options. So I highly encourage you to learn the daily hanging man candle formation. It doesn't always work, but accompanied with a few other technicals, it is a little bit of a candle formation that can prove to be quite profitable at times. So learn some of your candlestick formations. Daily hanging man formation. S&P getting slapped down again. Looking a little bit weaker here, guys. Looking pretty weak. All right, Nat Gas still holding slightly positive, trying to firm up. Smith & Wesson still trying to push up. Micron a beast. Oklo negative. IonQ still down. ENVX looking like it wants to go negative. Weeble's trying to firm up now, guys. Trying. It's been just struggling down here. Absolutely struggling. Google still ripping. Apple still struggling. Crude oil negative. Gold green. Yield soft. VIX is still green, guys. Expect bigger swings still to occur. Rigetti now down 9% on the tape, guys. RGTI getting dusted here. RGTI is getting slapped around. Tapping that neckline. BlackBerry still holding some structure. Come on, Weeble. Break out already. Stop messing around here. You got so... Wow, that dollar's getting liquidated, guys. Look at the Dixie. Oh my goodness, getting fully liquidated. Regional banks are still trying to bounce and recover that $60 area, but whoa, that is just filthy. Webull still trying. BlackBerry still putting in a little bit of bullish consolidation. Looking at Rigetti here, guys. Oh, Rigetti is going downtown, trying to trigger that head and shoulders, knees and toes, bearish formation. On watch for a nasty little trigger here, guys. Wow. Let's just put in that TP. Again, you're at the neckline, so it could bounce here. They typically like to bounce it off the neckline before they drop it, but you just never know. These quantum stocks are still extended. It's about a 15% drop that could occur. Not saying it will, but could. You got a major gap fill around 43 bucks. Would not. I would be pretty happy if they chop that down. All right, regional banks are still trying to bounce here, guys. Regionals are still trying to bounce. S&P has gone everywhere but nowhere. So we've pulled profits in the investing group from Nat Gas, the Boyle trade that we called out. We've pulled profits in the options group through QBTS and ticker PEG, a utility play, looking to print some more profits here. Sarfraz has been trading PRAX like a boss, netting some more profits on Prax. Beautiful job there, Sarf. My big level, I would even consider a swing short on Prax if it pushes up to this 224 today. That's kind of what I'm waiting for. So if it hits that, Sarf, let me know. Let me know. But yeah, it's extended for sure. I mean, crazy. 98 RSI, 99 on the 20-minute chart. It's crazy. If it goes any higher, it's going to go off the screen. Wow, that's just what happens. Still a strong, strong catalyst trade. Look at these quantum names. QBTS, guys, a bear flag H pattern on 10-minute chart getting rejected. Look at QBTS. Our puts are starting to rip again. Let's go. Let's go. Beautiful. Rigetti now down 10%, guys. Look at the bearish breakdown on RGTI coming in hot and heavy. Huge, huge moves to the downside in these quantum names. Huge names. I absolutely love it. Love it. Rigetti tapping 50. Our $50 puts are coming in the money for Rigetti. QBTS $43 puts are ripping, guys. Absolutely ripping. 254 on deck. Rigetti 50s are in the money, but I ain't covering yet. We got a lot of time on RGTI. I'm going to be a little bit greedier and still see if we can get a bit more. Come on down. Shows you how the correlation between regionals and these quantums are. Go, Rigetti, go. Look at that epic fall on Rigetti, guys. All right, guys, I'm trimming half of my Rigetti 50s. I'm trimming half of my Rigetti 50s. I repeat, gonna move a stop loss to break even. Beautiful. Beautiful. Little profit there on RGTI. Stunning little gain there. All right, so we have stop loss at break even for QBTS and Rigetti. Still looking for more. What a breakdown there. QBTS is still ripping to the downside. Everything is actually getting liquidated here. Markets are looking somewhat very heavy. Look at those QBTS. Beautiful. Well, this head and shoulders that's triggered on Rigetti 10-minute chart takes us to 43. You are coming into a little bit of technical support now, but the level that I'm watching is this trend line here. I think that's your near-term support. Intraday, I think that's where we could head to today. 47.75. But quantum names are getting smoked, guys. Absolutely smoked. Rigetti down 12.3. QBTS down 8.37. Look at quantum theme unwinding precipitously here, guys. Still holding IONQ shares short as well. We've been battling through this IONQ chart. Still short off of the 71.85 zone, 71.77 area, but things are looking real nasty in the world of quantum today. Again, there is some near-term support here on Rigetti. That's why I'm trimming into it. QBTS, still looking weak, but trying to bounce just a little bit here. Also triggering some head and shoulders. We'll see if they want to bounce a little bit. S&P still going everywhere but nowhere. Ouster, guys. Oof, Ouster down another 6% today. I like it. I love it. Look at that. Ooh, getting real interesting here on Ouster. Ouster, Ouster. Very cool. Very cool. QBTS, new low of day. All right, I'm going to keep this Ouster on watch. I like it again. We might get another attempt at Ouster, guys. Full round trip in such a short period. I like it. I like it a lot. Blackberry still coming in. QBTS still falling sharply here, down 8.7%, guys. What a trade there on QBTS. Closing my short dated QBTS put options, my $43 puts for end of the week. I am closing them. We still have that farther dated strike, but I'm closing them. Booking profits on QBTS, guys. The short dated puts for the end of the week. Booking those profits. All right, guys, I just closed my short dated QBTS there. $43 puts, those absolutely printed. Locked in a 90% gain, and we just took that trade yesterday. That was the trade setup that we took based off of that daily hanging man candle, exactly like CRML, guys. Exactly like CRML. What a banger, guys. What an absolute banger on QBTS. That is crazy. Locked in 90% on the October 17th $43 puts. We still have some runners on the table for farther dated strike. Huge move, guys. Huge move. Let's look at Rigetti. Look at Rigetti. Oh my God. What a filthy beast. What a filthy beast. What a dump there on those quantum names, guys. Oh, new low for QBTS. Rigetti still dumping, guys. Yikes. This market is in trouble with these quantum names. Look at this area. All right, Rigetti, there's a profit target coming up on Rigetti at a pierce of 48 bucks, guys. Your S&P 500 getting liquidated. RM, we are still waiting for a day to group trade at your island. Yeah, I know. We are waiting for a day. We are certainly waiting. No, I'm not ignoring. I just read it. I was just securing profits on these trades, guys. We are getting some exceptional volatility in the market through these quantum stocks. Now you have the S&P. You have the S&P 500 falling pretty sharply here as well. So things are starting to get a little bit of distribution in the tape. Quantum names are under a lot of pressure right now. Look at how Rigetti knifed through that area. Pretty crazy price action. Lots of profits secured on these quantum names. $39s, eh? On QBTS. Interesting. Your S&P 500 is still holding up quite well, guys. Nat gas is still green on the session. Your dollar is trying to bounce just a little bit. So the market is still holding steady, but you got your weakness in your high beta stocks right now. That's in November 21st. Sorry, guys, I'm not really paying attention to much of the questions. I'm just managing some of these trades, looking at the profits I'm wanting to secure. Oh, that can't be right. S&P is just chopping around. You've got bigger trends occurring in the market, guys. Bigger trends occurring in, sorry, individual stocks. We're still seeing the S&P holding structure. Regional banks are trying to bounce a little bit more, guys. So I'm just managing some positions here, looking at some target zones. That's crazy. S&P going nowhere, guys. Still just consolidating, which is technically a little bit healthy, I guess, for the market. Can't believe that's not changed. That's some bullshit. How has that contract not moved? That's crazy. There's still some manipulation in some of these contracts. That's insane. I'm just looking at a few things under the hood here. There's no way. No way. That's some bullshit. You answered it wrong. That's crazy. All right, Rigetti's still falling. QBTS still seeing some sell side. Your S&P holding some technical structure, trying to press here higher. Regional banks are doing a good old-fashioned float and grind. Caleb saying, what do I think of the $4 call on the Sox? October 17th, expiry tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, it's into an area here that makes some sense. You might get one more sweep of the low here. Extremely oversold. Again, semis are still acting well off of the news that's hitting the tape, but I still think they're a little bit stretched. But semis just keep going higher and higher and higher. At some point, they should see a pretty decent sell side correction, but if you're wanting to take it, I just don't like it's so short dated, right? I mean, you are into a really good risk to reward, Caleb, but it's still just seeing crazy, crazy strength. You look at your SOXX, they're still just doing the good old flash and float and grind, and maybe you want to sweep that high pivot. So I would personally wait for, if you're kind of splitting hairs at this point, but technically speaking, it looks like they might want to sweep that high pivot bar. That would stop out shorts. So we'll see what happens. I still think SPY's going to hit 669, this point of control. I feel like they're going to try to do a little bit of a fake breakout liquidity grab here, guys. All right, Boyle still trading into that gap fill. QBTS still coming lower, guys. That's crazy. These contracts have not moved on QBTS. That is just some clear market maker manipulation on our Novembers. I don't like that. It's insane. Quantum's still breaking down, guys. Quantum is still breaking down. Okay, please hit that like button on the stream. We are here. We've called out a couple bangers in the quantum names. If you remember, look at QBTS going lower, guys. We are still selling sharply here. Wow, look at QBTS ripping to the downside. Rigetti, guys, into a big level as well. Rigetti is hitting another little profit zone here, guys. RGTI. Remembers, I'm closing my Rigetti puts, my shorter dated ones. We did trim half, but I'm closing them entirely. Look at that. So again, we're bouncing hard off that trend line. This is where the markets could try to make another little push higher. Thank you, Ram. Let's do a little bit of a poll here, guys. Will SPY fill the lower gap? Dash go negative. Whoops, not even typing. Dollar's trying to bounce here, guys. Right, so we have a little bit of runners in the farther dated QBTS, but we took majority of the profits. We closed the Rigettis, guys. We closed the shorter dated QBTS. We still have some longer dated, but nice profits in quantum shorts today. Excellent job if you caught that with us. That was the clear downtrending play of the day. IONQ still down 6%. Semiconductors are still holding strength. ONDS finally starting to see some selling in ONDAS, guys. This one has been long in the tooth, but it's finally starting to see quite a bit of heavy distribution coming in sharply again. Another pre-revenue company that has just been bonkers. You'll have a little bit of support down here. Let's look at DPRO. That name's also coming down. UMAC. So drone stocks are seeing some sell side pressure today. Yeah, UMAC also looking like a bit of a head and shoulders formation. Ethereum, let's look at crypto real quick. ETH, still looking a little bit bearish. Bitcoin, still looking bearish here. Regional banks are firming up quite nicely, guys. Just getting a phone call, guys. Just give me a sec. Still seeing some distribution in your quantum names, guys. Rigetti CEO just sold all of his shares of the company. Is that real? Let's take a peek. I'm not too sure. I didn't see that headline. That would be pretty crazy. If that's the case, then these are cooked. If Rigetti CEO sold his shares, that's insane. I'm going to buy my puts back. Um, is that a headline that you saw? I'm not seeing it here. Let's look at RGTI. I don't know. I'm looking for a headline. I haven't seen anything on the insider sells. Where did you see that, Aviz? I don't see any selling, insider selling. Is that a headline from where? RGTI. Let me just take a peek here, do a deeper dive. Maybe it's just not posted yet. No, I don't see anything. The last sell that I see was on September 19th from a director. So I'm not seeing anything. But it's weak, right? It's super weak right now. That's for sure. So I'm not really seeing anything. There are quite a few insider sells that I am observing though today. I'll have some more to discuss with members, but back in May, yeah. Hey, Aviz, where did you see that headline for Rigetti? I'm curious. All right, SPY getting cracked here, guys. It is starting to come in a little bit. A lot of stocks are seeing some additional. Bazinga, kind of confusing. Yeah, I don't see anything. Maybe he just executed some options. It's from yesterday. No, don't. There's no insider selling. I don't see it. I'm not seeing it here on my end. My insider tracker. It certainly looks like the CEO's dumping. All right, S&P is starting to get heavier here. Ram made some money on Palantir. Yeah, guys, honestly, I've like booked, unless a trade falls in my lap here, it's looking like the market's going to get faded here. I've pretty much booked my profits in these quantum names. I'm happy with how my trading sessions has gone. Exercise options to grow. Oh, okay, so yeah, exercise options. No, so he probably has additional shares. Options are just awarded as kind of like a bonus to CEOs and directors and insiders. So most times, you know, if they hit a milestone in the company, like a price target or a market cap or a sales goal, they'll get awarded the options contracts. And then they often just liquidate that because it's like a bonus. So he still probably holds a shit ton of shares. So just be aware of that. If it's an options contract exercises, yes, it's a little bit of down liquidity, but nothing too crazy. AMD is starting to come in. Your Russell 2000 now looking a little bit weaker as well, looking like a bit of a bear flag. The Russell looks like a continuation short down, ladies and gents. Everything is starting to fall. Even the stocks that were strong, guys, off of the open are coming in hot and heavy right now. SPY's getting heavy here. IWM getting sold into more, guys. RGTI, QBTS, all coming in pretty sharply. Look at those quantum names getting wrecked. Your Russell 2000 getting wrecked. Rigetti getting absolutely slaughtered here. IONQ still near the lows of the session, printing new lows for IONQ. IONQ is now back inside this channel. Looks like it wants to go to gap fill. Look at SPY, guys. Heavy, heavy. Rip it. LAC down 19. Rigetti down 14%. AMD's now negative. Archer's negative. Big Bear AI's negative. You are seeing some heavy selling in this tape today, guys. You could see some more selling in this market. Ouster now down 9%. Ooh, QBTS down 9.8. Things are getting filthy here in the markets. Filthy, filthy, filthy. IONQ dropping like it's hot. RGTI dropping like it's hot. This is a nasty little bearish breakdown in the market. Intraday, we are getting liquidated. Drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it low. Quantums are trying to bounce just a little bit. Give a little bit. Are you sure that's correct, Peter? 0 shares? Rigetti CEO? I'd be shocked. Let's see, RGTI. I mean, maybe, but let me take a peek here. Wow, hard candle down on SPY. Oh yeah, I guess you guys are right. Currently holding 0 shares. Wow, that's not confident at all. Yeah, you guys are right. The CEO has no shares in Rigetti. That's fucking filthy. That's nasty. Nastiness. Nastiness. That being said, he probably has a lot of different options that he'll be awarded. Cool observation, guys, on Rigetti. Are your S&P still breaking down? S&P 500 getting liquidated here. Your IWM is also falling pretty precipitously right now. Seeing a hard down move in the market. Dollar trying to firm up. Lithium Americas Corp. Wow, look at LAC today, guys. Down sharply, also getting liquidated. Down 19.92%. CRML also down again. Bloom Energy. That's starting to fall a little bit. Everything is seeing some sell side pressure. Let's look at ALAB. ALAB. Tesla's breaking down. Nvidia's starting to lose a little bit of steam. ALAB surprisingly holding steady. MP starting to come in. SOXX starting to see a little bit of distribution. We got quite a bit of downside that could occur if semiconductors start to sell. You got Micron, which has been strong all day. Micron has quite a bit of room to fall if it wants to. Ouster, look at Ouster. That's an institutional sell program, guys, on Ouster. Steep vertical drop. We took our profits yesterday. Everything is starting to fall. Starting to fall. Beautiful to see. Again, LiDAR stocks are now starting to come in again. INVZ going into the basement. This is technically a backtest of your 10-minute neckline breakout on SPY, 10-minute EMA. If you hold this area, we can push back to the highs, but if you lose this area, we're going down to this lower boundary wedge, so 661-ish. Wow, look at that ouster, full round trip, guys. Full round trip on ouster. Pretty incredible. Look at his defending price action here, guys. Yeah, Weeble got smoked. Weeble got smoked. Semis are still acting quite well. IWM's bouncing quite nicely. Still seeing the markets trying to hold that 10-minute neckline. It's a big area. Webull is selling off. Your dollar is trying to spike a little bit. S&P 500 still actually holding steady here, surprisingly. Serve is kissing that 10-minute, or sorry, that 7-day moving average. Couple new trade alerts sent out just recently, guys, to the options group. IONQ down 7%, still falling in quantum land here, guys. QBTS still looking pretty weak. Very, very weak in quantum land. IONQ still absolutely falling. Look at IONQ dripping here, guys. Just getting fully liquidated. Crazy. Webull turned negative. BlackBerry trying to go negative. Marijuana stocks getting liquidated. AMD trying to hold some positive, slightly negative. Guys, I'm going to look to trim some of my IONQ common shares short here. I'm going to trim some of my IONQ shares short. Markets are still seeing some selling now in the S&P 500. S&P 500 coming in a little bit. Looking a little bit heavier here. We could potentially fall. Regional banks are still struggling here. Still heavy here. IWM is trying to fall even lower, guys. Stocks are still under quite a bit of pressure in the market. Intel still green, Big Bear AI negative, AMD negative, QSI negative, Archer down 4.5%, Rigetti down 14%, Lithium Americas Corp down 21%, Nvidia still holding up 1.2%, NVTS up 1.65%, Plug Power down 2.8%, Bitfarms down 15%. JP Morgan, why is it not moving? It's holding steady. It's above its opening range high. It's relatively holding strength. So financials, the big banks still had decent earnings, right? Crude oil is falling sharply lower here, guys. Getting absolutely slapped right back down. That's a big down candle for crude oil. That actually helps the S&P 500, believe it or not. Crypto's also under some near-term pressure. Look at that crude falling. Crude is falling. The whole market is getting liquidated here a little bit. Still have strength in some of your mega caps, but markets are under pressure. Rigetti still down 14.5. QBTS now down 10, going for $40 on QBTS. Look at that beautiful full-fledged decline. Rigetti absolutely dusted as well. S&P breaking structure here. Dollars trying to firm up. Crude oil now down 1.2. More red is starting to appear on the screen, guys. More red. Pump it down. Push it. Push it. Push it real good. Sure wanting to take some lotto puts down into prior day lows. 658s would be lottos. I repeat, 658s would be lottos. Should grab some quick print. Just give me a minute, guys. Be right back. We're trying to firm up here, guys. Rigetti's still getting slapped. Slapped. And you can see the breakout zone for SPY. You're underneath your opening range low. Failed to break out of the trend line. Looking like we should retest the breakdown trend line down here on SPY. But things are getting a little bit oversold. Do you have your dollar bouncing? Still have strength through some semis. S&P is starting to fall a little bit more. Next stocks to fall, guys, are your crypto high computing stocks here. Iron, Cypher, Wolf. These are the next stocks to see heavy down days. S&P, they're trying to give it a little bit of a facelift here, but still showing some distribution. A lot of stocks have sold off here. You still have very interesting pockets of strength in your SOX ETF. So right now, there's a handful of stocks propping up the Qs and your SOXX, guys. A handful. Still seeing some heavy distribution, guys, in the tape. Your dollar's catching a really decent bid here, guys. DXY moving. Bitcoin getting slapped. I like it. I like it a lot. Gold still surging. Crude oil trying to bounce. Look at BTC. We discussed that in the pre-market. Let it go lower. I want to see it sweep this liquidity. That daily 200 moving average is approaching hard and fast for BTC, eh? IWM still somewhat heavy here. Right on the 10-minute EMA. Look at both indices. They're sitting right on that 10-minute EMA. Holding some structure. We've still had a bearish breakdown. Your VIX is still up 3%, guys, elevated. Drone stocks are getting slapped. Quantum stocks are getting slapped. Crypto high computing stocks under pressure. Where's Oklo? So all your high beta names are getting somewhat liquidated here, guys. Oklo getting liquidated. Market's still looking a little bit weaker here, guys. Well, you're just seeing, I don't know, Aves. Basically, what we're seeing today is liquidation from regional banks. So regional banks have direct correlation to your high beta stocks. They do a large share of the investing in your high beta stocks. So IWM has the heaviest weighting in KRE. KRE is under pressure because of WAL. Also, I think Zion Bank, is that right? So again, when you look at some of these regional banks, they're getting absolutely slaughtered. And that's where these high beta stocks get their borrowing liquidity from, is regionals. And regionals right now are certainly under a lot of pressure. Keep getting rejected off that daily 200 moving average. So it's a nasty little breakdown for regionals. Almost a failed inverted head and shoulders pattern, guys, on KRE. That's some negative price action. So over the coming days, if you see a bear flag on KRE form, it's a nice short down, I think. Going lower, guys. We are going to go lower. Rigetti now down 15%. Thanks, Ram. Appreciate that. We are falling. UVXY now up 4%. Apple down 0.6, looking bearish. Tesla down 0.4, looking bearish. Meta still green. Google well off of the highs, giving back 50% of its gains. Nvidia still up 1%, but coming in. Microsoft almost negative. Amazon just slightly green on the tape. Russell 2000 down 1%. SPY negative on the session, down 0.14. 8 votes, 50-50. SPY gapped and cracked. So the bears were right on this tape. SPY did fill its lower boundary gap and go negative. What should the next poll be, guys? You were a bear? Yeah, me too. Market's still trying to come in here. Some more. Energy stocks going green. So they're on the serve. What 2% bounce there? They're keeping the market strong. AMD is expensive. That's all I can say. Overbought and expensive, but it's a leader, right? They're holding it strong. You know, if you're wanting to short AMD here, I have no problems with it, but it's still fairly strong considering things. But yeah, you're at a double top. Looks like a bit of a failed liquidity grab today on the daily chart. So AMD looks extended for sure. It's a very expensive. Yeah, Bitcoin selling off. Cabin saying $120 million short just opened on BTC. Interesting. I think they're a little bit late, but quite interesting to see that. You know, they're looking probably for a quick move down into that daily, you know, 200 moving average, which should be about a 1% move. 1% on 120 million. Nice chunk of change. Crude oil catching a decent sized bid. So it looked like crude oil is putting in a bit of a bottom today, guys. It did a quick knife down intraday off of its inventory report. And now it's seeing a considerable rally back to the high side. So we'll see what happens there. Strong day for Diageo. Strong day. Your S&P 500 is still super weak. IWM still coming in quite sharply here. You know, you will have some support at this Fibonacci prior day low level. I'll try to change some of those ads. Are they playing it a lot? I thought I had it on the lowest sensitivity for the ads. That's brutal. Google's trying to grab more money. All right, a decent little bounce here in the market, guys. It's an expensive stock, that A-Lab. Wow, look at that reversal on Snowflake, guys. That was filthy. Holy moly. Yeah, CRM. So you're looking at Rigetti again. Cabin's looking at Rigetti. If it pops up, you're going to be an easy short. Yeah, if you pop up back to that prior day, easy short for sure. Gold is still surging. VIX is now up 4.6. Your VIX is breaking out here, guys, trying to break out into the highs of the session here. It's crazy. VIX is broken out. That's scary for the market. Very scary. All right, so Meta negative down 0.16, Tesla down 0.7, Google up 0.76, Apple still looking bearish down 0.52, Nvidia holding steady up 1.1, Microsoft almost negative, Amazon still up 0.44, QQQ still green, SPY negative, Russell leading the charge to the downside. Bitcoin weak down 1.87, catching a little bit of a balance. Natural gas down 0.81%. We took profits on oil. Gold still ripping up 1.63%. Your dollar's negative. Yields are negative. VIX is green and elevated. You got weakness in your regionals. Markets are trying to stabilize just a little bit here, but still quite a bit of weakness in quantum, in uranium, in LiDAR stocks. All of your high beta assets classes are getting wrecked. ONDS is drilling today. That's down 13% and falling. Let's look at Open Door here. Open Door actually holding up fairly decent compared to some other stocks. Not too bad. Smith and Wesson guys looking pretty juicy here. It's looking like it wants to keep trending. PayPal's negative, GDX still ripping, Ethereum testing that $3,900 area. ETH is just weak, 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 weak. We are back testing a big moving average. We're still holding some common shares short in ETH with the investing group. We're up 19%. Again, I'm looking for a target. I'm thinking we're going to try to sweep this wide range green bar candle here. See this volume here, this impulse green candle bar? I think that's where they might take Ethereum. So I'll look to take the rest of my position off the table. You know what? Actually, I might just let it run because we're in the driver's seat of this trade. There's no sense in panicking over it. Hmm. Bitcoin now down 2% again and falling. JP's JP Morgan printed 310 puts printed. Yeah, JP Morgan just turned negative on the session. Interesting. The Russell still holding above its 7-day moving average. If we look at the SPX here, guys, still just a cluster of support on that 7 and 20. Technically, it's a buy until you get a bigger time frame breakdown through that area. So 669, 6669 is your daily 7 moving average, which you haven't even had an hourly close below that. just yet. So the market, technically speaking, on the larger time frame is still holding some positive price action. Guys, positive. You're getting a little bit of a facelift in the in the market here, guys. A little bit. You are sitting at a value area low here for your S&P 500, so that's why they're trying to hold it, technically speaking. So a little bit of a support zone for the markets. Your dollar is starting to fall again, guys. US Dixie coming in. S&P getting liquidated again. Robinhood's gone negative. Webull getting slapped around. Boeing under pressure. Everything is starting to sell. Frontier getting sold into. Does that look like a bit of a liquidity trap? Fake breakout there. SPY getting ripped on. It's a ripper. It's like they're going to drop this market even lower, guys. We are still seeing huge selling. Huge selling in the market. You got QBTS almost back to the lows of the session again. Regional banks, guys, getting absolutely clapped. IWM getting slaughtered again, making new lows on the session, testing prior day low. You got AMD coming in. You got financials starting to look a little bit weaker, your bigger ones. Morgan Stanley trying to come in. Citigroup looking weak. Bank of America looking super weak. We'll see if they want to slap this market for another down leg here, but things are getting real nasty. Real nasty. Yeah, real. Rigetti still down 13, QBTS down 10. Rigetti's trying to hold 30-minute chart support. IONQ right back down to the lows, guys. Crazy. So we took profits on our IONQ short. We took profits on QBTS today. We took profits on Rigetti. Monster trades in the session today. We took profits on Boyle, all out of that. Boyle hit my target level off of that big impulse move into its inventories. Crude oil obviously had that big wick down, big wick up, starting to settle down here. IWM still looking heavy. We've taken a couple new trades on the session today. In the options trade, we've closed a few and we've just rotating that capital. As we close some trades, we're rotating into new positions. Ethereum under 3,900, down 2.45%, looking fully bearish. Bear. UPST, another down day for UPST, getting clapped as well, down 3.54% for UPST. Interesting. Let's look at Roblox. Roro. Still holding some strength there. Let's look at Hoodie. Yep, look at Robinhood still coming in sharply, guys. The biggest disappointment, I think, is Webull. Webull started off strong and got slapped right back down. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. Yeah, gold is insane. Gold's insane, right? You're getting people crowding into that because of market weakness and volatility. Regional bank liquidity is flowing right into gold today. So gold is going absolutely bonkers for sure. Paper slapped. Come on down, Iron. Come on down. Markets are still selling here, guys. We are seeing heavy distribution. More sectors are turning red as the S&P is going lower. Still seeing financials getting wrecked. Regional banks. Absolutely bloodbath in regionals, looking like a nasty 30-minute chart pattern. Now you have XLF starting to bleed and break down 1.6%. So now you have small banks and big banks getting annihilated, guys. Absolute bloodbath. Our IWM swing trade put options are ripping. Our SPY put options are absolutely ripping. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Take us downtown. SOXS is trying to go green, guys. Now you got weakness creeping into your semis. SOXS is trying to firm up here. We are seeing high beta assets. The market is almost resembling a little bit of a crash scenario here with regional banks. I mean, the last time I've seen regional banks this week intraday was that regional banking crisis. Back, when was that KRE crisis? It was here, right? When was it? Was it? Oh yeah, this your 2023 regional bank sell-offs. That was your banking crisis. You went through quite a bit of selling here in the beginning of the year, which was bought up, but you haven't really seen this big. I mean, you had a hard down candle yesterday, have an even harder down candle today. This is looking like a 3-bar surge down into the basement, guys. Down into the basement. SPY is coming up into a little bit of support here. This is your breakdown trend line. So there's some minor touch of support, but our put contracts are ripping. Nice to be hedged in this market environment. 7-day moving average on the Russell, guys. That's sitting at 245.58. All right, SPY's coming into a little bit of support here, guys. Our IWM 245 puts are ripping. Our SPY 660 puts are ripping. Those are swing trades with the option group. Beautiful. Beautiful. There's an aggressive long trade here on SPY. If you're a little bit more conservative, you wait till this white line at 660. Rigetti down 13. Quantums have kind of slowed down the selling. You're seeing a lot of other selling now in your mega caps, your big boys. Look at SPY absolutely getting liquidated here, guys. This is beautiful to see. You better have it put hedges in place, guys. You better have shorts in place. The market's getting fully liquidated here. Members, I just trimmed my 660s again. My 660 SPY puts still holding Russells. No trim on the IWM yet. No trim on the Russell, but holding just trimmed SPY 660 puts. I'm only holding 20% of my contracts left. So more profits secured in the options group, guys. Look at that, guys. SPY 660 puts are in the money. Boom. Bang, bang. Look at that drop. SPY 660 is absolutely printed, guys. Pushing 12. Look at that. Stunning. IWMs are still printing. SPY puts absolutely printing. Huge moves. Huge moves. Contracts are over 12.16. We entered at 8.07. Beautiful, beautiful drop. Look at that. Amazing, amazing. If you're wanting to take more profits, guys, I locked in 41% on that first trim. I still have a few contracts running on the 660 SPYs, but majority of the trade is off the table. Still have IWM put options on the table. But again, we booked 41% on those SPY contracts. Beautiful. That was amazing. That was a nice trade. Oh. I still haven't trimmed any of my Russell ones yet. My Russell 245s, guys, for November. We're still riding those. And we're almost up. We still have Trump set to speak today, guys. Don't know what he's going to be talking about, if it's escalation regarding Trump or regarding China. We're almost up 50% on our IWM 245 puts. S&P going lower. Look at this breakdown. You've broken the bearish trend, guys. SPY could try to bounce here, but we are looking extra filthy. Extra filthy. Everything is getting somewhat liquidated here. And I mean everything. Big bounce in the market. So members, I'm going to trim my IWM 245 puts into this TP level. If we hit that today, I'll trim half of my contracts into this TP level, okay? TP1. But again, majority of my 660 SPY puts are off the table. I only have 2 contracts left with a break-even stop loss. IWM still riding a full position in the 245 puts. Full position. Oh, 42% right now in the Russell 245 puts. So if we flush into that TP1 level, you can see what level that is. It's pretty easy for simplicity. It's just a Fibonacci level mixed in with a back test of your breakout trend line, mixed in with a hourly chart 50 MA sweep. So pretty simple technical level. We are getting oversold in the Russell. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 30-minute down candles in a row. And there is some support here, as you can see. Your S&P 500 still going lower. So again, I'll look to trim half, which is going to be 5 contracts. I'll close if we hit this TP1 level. Come on, flush it down. Flush it down. Still got a lot of broad market weakness, guys. Ton. Again, the problem with this market is you still have semiconductors holding technical strength. So if semis start to sell off even more, it's going to be a bit of a problem. ARM went negative, ticker ARM. SOX is just barely negative on the session. SMR down 7. NVAC seeing some distribution. Markets are trying to stabilize a touch here. Quantum stocks still under immense pressure. Crypto still under immense pressure. flush there, Russell. One more little flush. Russell's breaching 246 here. Here we go. Contracts are starting to perk up again. A lot of red in the market today, guys. A ton of red. You're seeing the Russell still selling off through regional banks, biotech, retail, Jets ETF down 3.37. That's a nasty fall for airlines today. KRE down 4.28% and falling precipitously. Unity Software down 8, guys. Yikes. This market's in for some dire straits right now. Even stocks that were strong are getting absolutely crushed. Holy moly. Let's look at Tesla here. We'll go through some of these mega caps quickly. Yeah, full liquidation for Tesla. Let's look at Apple real quick. Apple's still looking bearish on the hourly chart, although it could try to bounce here. Nvidia is still holding steady, trying to bounce from that previous little high pivot in September. QQQ really bouncing off of a pretty big volume shelf here. That's why the market's stabilizing a little bit here. Big bounce on your S&P 500. AMD still holding strength. Micron still holding strength. WDC still holding strength. Let's look at STX still holding strength. Broadcom, AVGO still holding strength. How's TSM? TSM trying to get a bit of a bounce here. S&P getting a nice fat candle bounce here, guys. That's why you take profits. Again, we closed the majority of our SPY. Put options, break even. Still holding Russell, though. We got lots of time. They're November contracts, so, a little bit of a 5-10 minute chart balance, although it fluctuates contracts quite a bit. We'll still look to press those lower. VIX is now up 13.72% on the VIX. Wow, that's filthy. Humana still up. S&PS, Monster having a good day. Lululemon down a couple percent. Rigetti down 13. ASTS only down 3.8. Rocket Lab only down 3. Quite impressive. IONQ down about 8. Chop us lower. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? It's been a second, guys. I get a phone call. Here we go, guys. IWM coming in hot and heavy. Supreme Leader saying sold most again, sitting on cash up 2% this month, waiting for a proper pullback like 10%. Hey, you've got a 10% pullback in quantum names. Full port. Full port. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, we've taken a bunch of profits this morning too. Great day. Swing trading, day trading for us. It's primarily swing trading the options. We pulled a ton. We caught that whole quantum short today. We've banked profits on our SPY 660 puts, holding 2 contracts running, 805 average, and those are still printing. Still holding 10 contracts on the IWM 245 November 7th puts. Those are still printing. I'm looking at trimming 5 contracts into that TP1 level. $12 on SPY contracts. Those are ripping, guys. Absolutely ripping. IWM's trying to stabilize here a little bit, guys. I just want you to recognize something. If we look at this SPX chart, markets, although we're selling off here today, we still have a strong uptrend, right? Just understand that. Still have a strong uptrend. Crude oil back down to the lows. Nasty. Filthy. So pretty decent bounce in the tape here, guys. Really decent. Big bounce on your Russell. I'm not sure. I don't think anyone knows. I'm waiting. I got the White House thing queued up here, but I'm not sure what time he's going to speak. I've heard 1 o'clock. I've heard 3 o'clock. I really don't know. So if anyone knows what time Trump's gonna speak, let me know. You got FOMC Barkin speaking right now. 38 minutes, you got Bank of Canada Governor Matt Clem. In 9 minutes, you got Atlanta Fed GDP coming out. Wait a second, that can't be right. Oh, they must have changed that. There's no GDP. Guys, KRE just is getting no love here. Look at regionals, guys. Something that is happening under the hood of regionals, and I think it's more than the earnings, but that is just getting filthy. So a pretty decent bounce there in the S&P 500. No love yet for regional banks. Yeah. Crude oil just new lows, guys. QQQ down 0.19, Russell down 1.44, but bouncing here. Regional banks still near the dead lows. There is a gap fill on regionals right into here. You have filled a little bit of a gap fill here. It's actually a major gap that you're trading into, but maybe they want to take us to this gap. But big bounce in the S&P. That's why we took profits on the majority of our call on our puts. Regionals are catching that little bit of a bid. You're back testing that trend line. Technically, this is an aggressive short zone, but you only did a 10-minute candle sweep, so you never ever truly confirmed the breakdown on SPY. So it could be a big liquidity trap and sweep. We'll see. IWM bouncing back to PDL level. Imagine we bounce back to the high of day. That would be pretty crazy. Really solid candle bounce in the market. Very solid. It's on SPY. Look at that fat candle up, guys. That is relentless. Whoa. Look at that big bid. Big wick energy. Big wick energy. Anyone buy future here? A little bit of a better zone than yesterday. Back testing that 382. Decent, decent. Huge bounce on SPY, looking like they're trying to take SPY back to the positive side. What the hell is this? AMMJ. American Cannabis Company. Holy moly, what is it? Oh, okay, that's dirt. Not doing anything there. SPY is ripping here, guys. Absolutely ripping. Huge flows of liquidity coming in back into the market. Big short covering zone there. That's why we take profits. Yes, it is. Let's look at IQ here. Wow, look at IQ tumbling through the daily chart. Beautiful level here. What a fall from this HSDT Solana company. It's crazy. All of these crypto treasuries are absolutely insane. Insane. Got MicroStrategy getting beaten down to a pulp. Coming into a 1-year moving average on MSTR. The last time we hit that 1-year moving average was, wow, it's been a while. The last time we hit that was basically here in 2023 June. And previous time before that, we had a multi-year bear market in Bitcoin when we broke that 1-year moving average. Is this time different? Maybe, maybe not. Craziness. So I'd be very cautious with crypto, as I know Bitcoin's struggling today. Wow. But it's been a while since we last tapped that 1-year moving average. That's that green MA here. Let's look at Unity Software here. That's also coming into a major daily chart support level, but also getting liquidated. Unity Software will be on watch for a day trade long tomorrow, guys. If we get a gap down tomorrow, Unity Software becomes a long scalp. There's a lot of stocks that I would love to see gap down tomorrow because it would create quite an interesting buying opportunity in my opinion. MBLY, Mobileye, it's getting liquidated. Look at this full-on reversal of nat gas, guys. I mean, jeez. Nat gas, we traded that bounce epically. That's all we were looking for was a quick scalp long of inventories. And now I want to see nat gas go lower. Drop it down. Go figure, I just got an alert on nat gas. But let it go lower. Let it drop. All right. Someone call me an Uber. Uber. Pepsi's strong. Coca-Cola trying to get going. How is Hershey doing ahead of Halloween? Wow. Spooky season is here and Hershey's seeing a reversal today. Tried breaking out there, Hershey. Wasn't successful. Humana trying to get going again. Not looking too bad. Let's look at Analog Devices, ADI. Chart pattern's not looking too bad. I was considering going long A-Lab today, guys. A-Lab calls. The contracts are just so expensive. Dixie just made a new low, guys. Your dollar is cratering. DXY falling sharply. Cratering. But yeah, I was looking at A-Lab today for a long, but just so expensive for the contracts. But it's held this, even with the market selling and dripping, A-Lab's kind of held the same little support level. So if you get one more dip tomorrow, I would consider long, but it's a big level. What the heck just happened here? Guys, there's news on Nebius. I just looked at this ticker. There's news on NBIS. I literally just looked at this 2 minutes ago and it was not spiking, but what a spike there on 1, 2, 3 minutes ago. News hit the tape. Anyone have news on NBIS? Let's check the scanners. It did send out a couple new options alerts as well. Option traders sent out a couple new alerts. Go figure. Look at what stock is trying to squeeze here, guys. KSS, Kohl's Store. Trying to make a little bit of a run here. Interesting. Seeing Kohl's trying to squeeze here. KSS. Interesting. It's now up 2%, outperforming the market. Potentially wanting to break out here. Again, it's a high short interest name. Meme stock. Is the meme army grabbing a hold of this and trying to punch it? It might be. I haven't checked the Wall Street bet site, but let's see what they got on watch. Maybe Kohl's is creeping in. SPY, TSM, Way, NVIDIA. Huh, interesting. This is BYMG. Anyone bottom ticking Beyond Meat? Do we have any vegans in the chat? You gonna save your Beyond Meat? Sucks. Who's gonna bottom tick BYND? Anyone gonna scalp this at 50 cents? Not me, man. Not me. Because we're just seeing the markets kind of chopping around here, nothing really to do. It's burning theta, so it's tough to trade it here. Technically, the trend is still down. You're underneath your value area high. This 5-minute EMA is a short spot, but you have had a nice little bounce off of the lows. But technically speaking, still bearish in regionals. I'm just scanning through, seeing if there's any stocks I want to buy on the dip. I have accumulated a couple positions, new positions, just rolling some of the short profits that we've taken into some new trades. Nice down day on Mara. Coinbase under some pressure. Budweiser doing quite well today. Or sorry, BUD. Bud. Interesting. Our markets are looking a little bit heavier here, guys. We are starting to come in. S&P selling off just a little bit more. Still have had a really nice bounce in your quantum names. QBTS is into another shortable pop level. Same thing with Rigetti. Rigetti into a little bit of a short level. Ouster coming in. Serve coming in. Webull had a nice bounce off of the lows, but still disappointing price action in this stock. IWM starting to come in. You're in AMD puts. Yeah, not a bad area. AMD should fall. Looking at IREN, guys, this is just right on a head and shoulders neckline. Still think it's going to come in. I'm going to take a little bit of a lunch break here, guys. Do a little bit of a workout, at least some push-ups and chin-ups. We have made money today. It's been a great session. No indice trades for me today other than my swing trades. Netting some nice profits on the 660 SPY puts. Still interested in trimming my IWM 245s at this TP. So that is a member swing trade. All right. Does look like they're going to chop SPY back down again. That's a nice little clinical breakdown again, losing that bearish trend line yet again. We are falling, falling for you. See if they want to chop this Russell down to your 7-day moving average, guys. 7-day moving average on the IWM is sitting at 245.57, currently speaking. Your S&P is looking pretty heavy, guys. Crude oil new low. Crude oil new low. The sell-off is actually looking like a bit of a recessionary sell-off the way energy is selling off today. Don't want to get too bearish too quickly, but not a good not a good price action day for crude oil. That's screaming some issues. The UVXY looking like it's going to break out, it's forming a 10-minute bull flag pattern. Wow, look what stock. You don't see this stock down this big very often. FFIV. So F5, this stock has been pushing and grinding, one of the strongest stocks in the market up until the last 2 days, just getting obliterated. Apple now down 1.13%. Intel's gone negative. Hood still down, but off of its lows. Amazon another down day. Cisco down. Nvidia still positive, up 1.2. Paramount down. Home Depot down. Blocks down. Pinterest down. Nike down. GameStop down. Lululemon down. Dollarama's up. DOL. Nice little bounce there. That was a really good level. Should have seen that chart. Netflix down. American Airlines getting slapped. So airlines are under a lot of pressure. We did have, who was it? Was it UAL? Oh yeah, Las Vegas Sands LVS. That's kind of just still middling. It really hasn't gone anywhere. Markets are gonna melt here, guys. We are looking heavy, real heavy. Nastiness here creeping into the tape. Again, I'm still interested in trimming my IWM put options members into TP1 here. I'll take half of the contracts off the table if we hit that level today. A lot of stocks are having some invalidations and breakdowns. To discuss K-View. But yeah, it's under a considerable amount of pressure, down 10.2% today. It's a tough chart to trade. I mean, not much price action, in terms of long-term analysis. You can see you violated this parallel channel, so this could easily go lower. It's now in for a little bit of troublesome price action here. The only positive is that you're getting oversold, negative divergence, but that negative divergence could play out for a long time here. Again, the Tylenol controversy, the UK talc lawsuit with over 3,000 claimants who filed a billion-dollar lawsuit alleging their products cause cancer. So there's just a lot of negative news around KV, right? I wouldn't really touch this one. Let that lawsuit kind of settle out in the background, but we'll see. I mean, this could easily hang over its head for quite a long time, right? Lawsuits like this typically don't get resolved in quite a long time, and when you say a product causes cancer, yikes, run for the hills. Run for the hills, and that's what investors have done, right? All right, S&P really coming in again. Big equity markets coming into play. Russell's coming into TP1 here. Russell is coming into TP1. Come on. Give it to me. Give me it. I'm going to look to close out 5 of my November 7th 245 puts. I'll trim half of my position, which is half of the position is 5 contracts. Seeing more selling, looking at IREN, that's starting to break some technical structure. SPY going for another low of day. Steep bearish pattern in your S&P 500, guys. It's getting filthy in here. SPY's got that H pattern looking nasty, guys. S&P looking filthy. This is getting nasty. 660 runners. Again, I still have 2 contracts running on the SPY 660s. We're very close to this IWM level. Come on, a little bit lower, Russell. Take us into TP1. That was a hard sell. SPY's ripping. IWM puts are ripping. TP1's coming quickly, guys, on the Russell. Members, pay attention. I'm going to trim half of my 245 puts. Come on. VIX is spiking here, guys. Your VIX is spiking. There is first trim on Russell hitting TP, hitting TP. Beautiful little trade there. Trimmed half of my contracts. 53% gain on those Russell contracts trimmed at $6.07. Stunning little trade there. Still have 5 contracts running. Amazing trade. SPY, we got 2 contracts on the November 660s. Still have 5 contracts on the November 245s, but just trimmed 53% on the Russell 2000 puts. Banking that trade. I got 5 more contracts priced at $3.95. Right now they're trading above $6. Let's see if we can get even more on them. But stunning price action there. That's what I like to see. S&P still going lower. Look at them rip this market apart. They decline, guys. Look at them melt this market, guys. All right, I just closed my SPY 660 puts. Closed them at 1308. Took full profits out of SPY 660 puts. Members, just entered the trade there. Beautiful job if you caught that with us. So big gains there on those SPY contracts, guys. Still going to hold runners on the Russell. I'm going to hold my 5, but all out of my SPY 660s. Good job if you caught that with us, guys. So I'm still holding 5 contracts on the 245 Novembers. I closed out all of my November SPY 660s for 67% gain. Still have some shorts on the table, but markets are rolling heavy here, guys. Markets are rolling heavy. Crazy. A lot more red starting to appear on the screen again. We're now seeing Nvidia almost about to go negative. Apple down 1.5%, looking fully bearish. We are dripping even lower. JP Morgan getting smoked down 2% now. Morgan Stanley going negative. Tesla getting murked down 2.6. That is just downright dirty. Downright dirty. Quantum names sold off early. They're holding steady. Yep, VIX is waking up for sure. VIX is woke. VIX is woke. Look at them knifing that S&P 500 here. We don't even have many of the moving averages below. IREN. Look what IREN has triggered, guys. Nice head and shoulders, knees and toes down 9.44% right now. You are getting fully liquidated. Look at your SPX right now. SPX getting absolutely slapped, guys. Slapped right back down. SOXS now turning up 1.47%. You can see semis are still so elevated on the tape. So that could be the next shoe to drop. Crazy. Look at that Russell knife down, guys. The Russell's now technically back testing its breakout zone, knifing through the 7-day. I'm expecting a bounce here. If you're aggressive, you can take calls. The Russell's hitting a pretty big hourly chart support level, sweeping a Fibonacci, back testing that breakout zone. This is a bit of a bounce. The question is, are they going to chop it down here before they bounce it? Or is it going to be a straight hard bounce? I really don't know, but this is a nasty bloodbath day. Everything is getting liquidated here. You still looking like Nvidia wants to go negative, so we could still go lower, guys. But you got to start taking profits along the way on some of those put options, right? But nice profits secured on those SPY contracts, guys. Beautiful job. Big prior day low support level in the S&P. Let's look at regional banks here. Absolutely dusted down 5.73%. Look how far the daily 200 moving average is. Now you're into that massive technical zone down there. Oh, bloodbath. Your dollar's trying to firm up here. Wow, AR down 5.3%. Interesting spot here for some nat gas equities. Really interesting. Let's look at RRC. Huge liquidation, guys, in the market today. Dollars trying to firm up. Bitcoin down 2.5. Crude oil down 2.2. Nat gas down 2.6. Commodities are selling like a recession, except gold and silver, your standout commodities, outperforming on the session today. Trump is still set to speak. Again, we've taken massive profits on our SPY put options with members. So very, very impressed with that. Those puts absolutely paid. More than any sort of downside hedging there. So good job if you caught those SPY trades with us, members. It's been another good session. Taking profits on quantum shorts. Wouldn't mind seeing the Russell fall a little bit lower. Big bounce here into that prior day level for your S&P. I mean, your next real resistance, so your next real support is these main pivot lows from Friday and from Tuesday. Again, this is your TP target for that head and shoulders. Don't think it'll play out today, but stranger things have happened. No, it's not going to play out today. I think we've probably seen the majority of the selling that the market's going to see today, unless Trump comes out and just obliterates things, which is always a possibility, but doubtful. You can see the SPX, guys, below the 7 and 20. Below that 7 and 20. Nvidia is still looking a little bit weaker, like it could go lower. These markets are in free fall, guys. They're just getting absolutely knifed on here. Knifed. Absolutely knifed on. VIX is ripping, guys. The VIX is ripping. Holy moly. Look at that breakout on the UVXY. Stunning move. Full-fledged liquidation in the Russell. We'll let those other 5 contracts just run up. Run it up. You might get a bounce here. The market's getting a little extended. Almost up 75% on those Russells. Rigetti down 15. QBTS down 10. I just bearish technicals, and they're scared about Trump and China tariff news escalation because basically China said that, hey, oh, Trump's worried that how we can attack Trump is through the stock market because he cares about the stock market. So would have been up like 10K. Nice, nice. Why aren't you up? TLT, is that why? I sold out of my XLF 54 puts expiring October for a loss. Oh my goodness, anonymous. Why would you do that? You kill me. You kill me. Absolutely kill me. Big bounce. September 18th. Still waiting for Trump. So pretty much everything has been absolutely liquidated today. Everything. Semis are still holding a little bit more resiliency. You barely have the SOXX up. SOXX is fairly negative, down by 0.23%. So you can clearly see the relative strength being held in your semis here. Now gas still struggling, crude oil still struggling, Nvidia holding some value. Looks like that they're going to give it a little bit of a facelift here. Markets are trying to stabilize just a little bit. I'm gonna grab some quick food, guys. I'll be back in a It's a really big bounce here ahead of Trump speaking, guys. Huge bounce. Again, that's why you take profits. We took all profits on those 660s for SPY. We closed half of our IWM 245s. We still got a ton of time for November 7th in the event this market wants to drill. Closed a lot of our quantums. 3 o'clock, Trump is set to speak for Power Hour. Let's see if he backtracks with China aggression. Will he come out and taco? Will he pop the market up? Anonymous saying Cat is still up today. Yeah, Caterpillar has been a freight train. Caterpillar is ripping on the fact that one, you have interest rates falling precipitously now, so that's now boding well for a little bit more development in housing stocks, construction spending. And again, even though it's kind of counterintuitive with the manufacturing index falling a little bit today, Caterpillar is really benefiting from the lower rates. Lower rates will fuel more project developments. So that's what Caterpillar is running on. Very, very strong price action for CAT. Also saying Axon, AXON. This is a quality stock that typically does get bid up. But yeah, nasty. I wasn't even aware of that drop. Good call out. Thanks for letting me know. Are you buying it, Anonymous? Because if you're buying it, I'm staying the hell away. No, I'm playing. I'm playing. That's a pretty big drop though on AXON. Knifing through the 50 weekly moving average. It hasn't done that, hasn't pierced the weekly 50 since back here in 2023. So it's a pretty big fall, that's for sure. It probably could get a bounce, but it looks like it might be setting up. This hard candle down here looks identical to this move here. So maybe they just chop it sideways for a little bit, but interesting price action. Have to look later what that news is. I'm not too sure what that news is from. You're just in TLT? Yeah, TLT has been strong. UBT yields are weak again, so. Looking at the US 2-year yield today, again dropping, new lows, new 52-week lows. This is, again, breaking a pretty vital area, potentially sending out yet again another recessionary signal. Still waiting on Trump, guys. Do you guys want me to play Trump? I could probably play Trump. If they're broadcasting on the White House thing, I'll play it. See if he tacos. Sarfers is saying BBAI at the 50 EMA. Yeah, BBAI is a tough one. Nasty weekly topping till forming, and the week hasn't ended, obviously. What I don't like about BBAI is it broke out but never confirmed the breakout. So I'm worried that this is a failed breakout on BBAI. Obviously, it's had some hard down moves in the last 2 days. You're knifing through the 7. You got that impulse green candle breakout still trying to be defended. So, I mean, if you're wanting to take it as a momentum, if the market bounces, obviously it's going to bounce, but just a little nervous that that stock has had a failed breakout. A little nervous, but yeah, it's into an area that it could absolutely bounce for sure. Let me just grab my food here, guys. All right, guys, so we're still waiting on Trump. He should be coming out soon-ish. Waiting on him. Waiting on Trump. SOXX has turned back to the green side. Peter saying KRE hitting low a day. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, regionals are just freaking nasty, eh? Look at that. If it wasn't for retail's down too, but let's see, biotechs. Biotechs, it wasn't for biotechs holding a little bit of strength. IWM would just be decimated, but yeah, regional banks are getting slaughtered. IWM is bouncing on the hourly chart there, hitting that EMA 113. But yeah, good observation. We should just keep watch of those Russells, those KREs, because down 6%, guys. This is structurally a nasty breakdown. It's tempting to try to take a dead cat bounce, especially look at the big moving average you're hitting on the daily chart. That's your 1-year MA moving average. 365-day MA. But it looks like you are just getting absolutely wrecked. This is the trend line that SPY is struggling at, going all the way back to your August pivot, to your September pivot, through this nasty bearish breakdown. That's what SPY is getting slightly rejected off of right now. So some near-term resistance. Yeah, Zion is keeps falling. So Zion under pressure. You know, if we look at, let me pull up my regionals here. There, TC Bank trading crisis. Look at our regional banks, guys. EREAS, that's holding steady. BX down, Simon Property Group, consider that's some of your housing stocks. So Bank of Hawaii, PNC, Zion down 13%, KeyCorp down 6.5%. CAD, it's just a sea of red. Huntington Bank, Wells Fargo under pressure. RF, WAL. Yeah, it's nasty. Carry getting wrecked. Remember PacWest, PacW, and NYCB, the banks that went under? Crazy. UB also getting wrecked. That candle down. FNB, WAL. Nasty charts. And some of the regionals are starting to spill over into your actual big banks. Peter saying Zion's Bancorp charges off $50 million to cover loans under legal scrutiny. Interesting. Thanks for the headline. Yeah, it's just a sea of red here. PNC, one of your bigger regionals. That one actually had a pop on its earnings, but it was very short-lived. Go figure. A little bit of a liquidity grab. Bank of Hawaii. I always thought BOH was going to be a bank that ran into some liquidity issues. If you're a high-risk trader, I mean, some lotto YOLO calls on KRE could work out. Just understand it's risky. Here trading a bit of a mean reversion again. Some lotto KREs could work out. I'm not personally taking it, but could work out. Just don't blow yourself up by full porting into anything. Let's do a little bit of a pull here into the end of the day. Dump or pump? Dump or pump for Power Hour? Where is the consensus? Trump is supposed to be speaking, but he's fashionably late. He is late. New lows for your regional banks. Tesla down 2, Google down, or Google slightly positive at 0.26. Apple down 1, Nvidia up 0.7, Microsoft down 0.7, Amazon down 0.61. PDL is a potential buy level on SPY Guy. If you're aggressive, you can buy this little bit of a retrace. So again, if you're aggressive, you can buy this potential little retrace dip. Just keep your size proportionately on the lighter side in the event that you're trading. You're getting somewhat close to a little bit of a potential low. All right, I might take a bit of a lotto spy call option. Look at regionals ripping, guys. Nvidia- Regional banks still selling. Coming into a big gap fill on KRE. Sorry, a big liquidity sweep. Right, guys, super high risk. I went long SPY 661 calls, 4 contracts, very small size, filled at 46 cents. Again, this is risky. It's only a couple $100, but long 661 zero DTEs, 46 cents. Again, please size it for loss. This could easily go down to the low of day. This is not wise. We're doing a counter trend trade. Your IWM's weak, but I'm looking for a potential. Again, it's risky. It's sized for zero. I'm okay with losing a couple $100 just for potentially playing a little bit of a mean reversion bounce here. PDL level. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a bounce. Come on. Give me a bounce. Give me a little bit of a bounce. Again, it's small position. Nothing crazy. Just a little bit of a back test. Retrace, PDL. Come on, give me a bounce back up to this area. KRE just getting bludgeoned. Regional banks down 6.44%. Your dollar's still seeing a little bit of sell side. Yeah, Trump's probably going to say something on China for sure. Probably will. Again, a little bit of an aggressive lotto trade. Not recommending it. It's just what I'm doing. Small, very small, guys. It's like markets are still fragile here. No real big. Come on, give us a little bit of a bounce. Come on, give you a little bit of bounce. We're either going to have a nice bounce back up to the 660.50 area, or we're going to go down to the lows. I don't think they're going to chop us here for very long. We'll see what happens here. It's a very tough tape, though. Very tough tape. There she goes. There she goes. It's knifing. Wrecking the calls. If you're wanting to take a stop loss, go for it. I'm gonna hold just in case. Again, it's 200 bucks. Nothing for me today. KRE, new low of day. Getting absolutely murked. Still no Trump. He's waffling. He's eating some tacos. All right, SPY is melting here. Melting, except that wasn't really that much of a sell-off on volume. The volume is pretty light there on that sell-off, which is kind of interesting. But it is absolutely knifing here. Chart pattern does look very weak. Chart pattern looks very weak. Nastiness. Come on, give it a little facelift. I do, but honestly, I like picking a trend, a direction, because we have such a bipolar market where we usually pick direct. We usually have a directional trend on any given trading session majority of the time. And I found over my career, you make more money picking a direction, just going with a trend. But I've traded straddles a couple times, strangles, but I keep it simple for the stream. And honestly, for me to call out, for me to send out alerts for diagonals or straddles or strangles when you're scalping, it's a lot tougher. The moves happen so quick in our market. Nice little bounce there. Come on. Keep us going. Keep us going. Recover that PDL level. Take us back higher here. Come on, S&P. Give us a facelift. Get me back to that 1 minute EMA. Come on, baby. Pump it up. Pump it up. What sucks? We'll see what happens with Trump. He's delaying it here. Regional banks still sucking on the session. Come on. Basically, SPY could be creating now another little 1 minute head and shoulders pattern, guys. It's forming that right shoulder. It also has a bit of another continuation of an H pattern, bear flag on your 10-minute chart. So The market's still in a little bit of a weak environment here. It's holding PDL, but if it loses this prior day low again, we're gonna flush. We're gonna flush. Thanks, Ram. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. JP saying JP Morgan's a buy here. Let's look at JP Morgan. Yeah, getting absolutely bludgeoned. Nice down day for JP Morgan, down 2.62%. Definitely getting oversold intraday. S&P 500 going lower. It's in trouble now. JP Morgan, I mean, it's getting oversold. It's going to bounce if the market bounces. It's definitely a stock they typically defend, but that hourly chart is still quite scary. Could go a little bit lower, but yeah, I'm basically, if the S&P bounces, JP Morgan's going to bounce. So I'm kind of playing it indirectly. They're going to trade synonymously together, so. But yeah, it looks poised for a little bit of a dead cat bounce. But again, if the market keeps breaking, it's not going to bounce. So everything's trading with the market right now. Market's selling. JP's long JP Morgan calls. Nice, nice. Good luck. I hope you make money because that means SPY's bouncing. JP Morgan's not going to bounce unless SPY bounces. So I'm hoping it bounces. Look at these regionals, guys. Holy moly. Coming into a massive, little bit of a daily chart bottoming tail here. On volume, retest. Knife. So in one fell swoop, this is the technical breakdown you had in regional today. In one trading session, you lost the EMA 113, you lost the daily 200 moving average, and you lost the 1-year moving average. That is crazy. To lose 3 big daily chart support levels. Nastiness. Still waiting on Mr. Trumpet. Maybe he's not even going to speak. Maybe it's going to be market after market hours. And I appreciate the comments there, Ram. I'm wrong plenty of times though. I'm wrong plenty of times. But thank you, thank you. What the heck is going on my phone right now? So what would be the most pain? Would it be to pump the market and then Trump come in the after hours and decimate it? Or would it just be to flush it here into the close? Tough, tough call. Ooh, nasty, nasty little down candle there, guys. Real filthy. Yet again, more selling. Still no Trump. Don't know where he is. Maybe he's having a nap with Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe. Look at that Russell, guys. Just no love, no love. Rigetti now down 15. QBTS down 10. ENVX down 11.9. Serve down 11. Canopy growth down. Regional banks are getting slapped around. QBTS trying to sell. IREN. That's curling down. Let's look at Cypher. Cypher mining, new low of day, down 11.5%. Ticker Wolf continuing to soften up here. IONQ going lower. Whoops. New low of day. All right, market's in trouble here, guys. Again, it looks like they may want to flush it. It's crazy. Crazy distribution. Let's look at Oklo. Oklo coming in. You look at the SOXX, guys, and it's barely down on the tape. So you could understand that if we start to, yeah, how about Bush? If we start to see semis give up some of their gains, S&P and Qs are going to get wrecked. President Bush. Did anyone see that video going around where how you have all the presidents in the White House on the wall? I don't know what that hallway is called, but where it has a picture of all of the previous sitting presidents, and then they get to Biden, and I don't know if it's fake or if it's real, but I wouldn't put it past Trump, but Trump put a picture, instead of Biden up there, he put a picture of the auto pen. Anyone see that video? It was kind of funny. I don't know if it's AI or if it's fake, but crazy. Crazy for Trump to do that. But I guess. Yeah, he makes me laugh sometimes too. He is a hoot. He just does not give a F about anyone's opinion. That's for sure. He'll do what he wants. So SPY trying to hold that little bit of a neckline. Final 24 minutes left in the tape. Come on, give us a little facelift. A little bit of a push here in the equity markets. Here we go. Here we go. Waving that magic wand. Come on. Regional banks, no love for KRE. Absolutely no love. Still just chopping around. Haven't gone anywhere over the last few minutes. A little bit of an impulse break candle there. Back of a PDL, but still seeing sell side pressure in your regionals. No love for regionals. Regionals keep getting liquidated. Down 7% on the session, ladies and gents. That is a filthy move. Absolutely weak hands from the Bulls here. No follow through. Disgusting. Absolutely zero follow through from the Bulls. They had an attempt there. They need to bounce it here. Auto pen picture is real? Are you serious, Anonymous? Gosh, that video cracked me up though. Poor Biden. But honestly, it's the sad truth. You know, if he was signing shit with the auto pen, I didn't even know that was a fucking thing. I had no idea there was some auto pen in the States, but I guess it's true. Pretty nasty. That should not be allowed. I mean, come on. And like honestly, I mean, Biden, I didn't even vote for anyone. I'm in Canada, so I can't vote for any president, but I watch, obviously you have to watch as an investor who gets in because there's a lot of politically driven investment themes in the market, so you always have to be aware of who's getting in power. But man, like Biden's health, before he was even elected president, this guy had a stroke. Like he was already moving slow. All right, SPY getting liquidated. Yeah, he's trying. He mentions Obama every single time he gets, right? Obama, Trump doesn't like Obama either. But yeah, I think you would get a lot of more backlash if you mess with Obama. Obama at least had a lot of energy, could speak clearly, whereas Biden, oh my goodness, he was just probably one of the weakest presidents, just in terms of health wise. Like putting aside your political ideologies, his health was not fit for presidents. His mental acuity was super, super slow, and that's a high stress job. Yeah, that is pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. Still a very divided country, right? Democrats, Republicans. It's very divisive. Our politics have become very polarized. Final 19 minutes here, guys. Come on, give Spy a little bit of a facelift. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I agree. They should retire people at the president should have an age limit. Yeah. Bitcoin still struggling, down 2.5%, under 108,000. Nat gas struggling, down 2.74%. Crude oil down 2%. Gold up 2%. $85 on the session. Google still green, up 0.35. Nvidia still green, up 0.75. Tesla down 1.9, full bear. Netflix down 1.86, full bear. Meta down 1.1. IWM down 2.39. Regional banks just no love. Look at that sell program on the regionals, guys. This is another example. If you've ever seen a pattern like the Russ or like KRE right now, that is an institutional liquidation program. You know, if you go to your 10-minute chart and you can see it grinding on that 7MA where they barely let it bounce, not even one candle really through that MA up until you were here. That is a full-fledged institutional algorithmic sell plan. Institutions literally enter it in, bang, 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 punch it in, and they sell into every single pop. Insane. Question is, will they give it a little bit of a facelift into the end of the day here? You've had quite a bit of volume traded down here. Quite a bit. Spy's trying. Still no Trump, guys. Still no Trump. Yeah. There's a few names that are still green across the board. Not much, though. Not much at all. A lot of stocks are red. Quantum absolutely wrecked, guys. That was our big call out yesterday. Quantum stocks. Rigetti. QUBT. That was such an epic hangman candle that printed on CRML, guys. You know, look at that weekly topping tail on CRML. Look at that daily hangman candle that printed on CRML. We ended up shorting that. That was pretty much the identical setup on QBTS, on RGTI, the exact same. Prax gave up all of its gains? No way, Sarf. No way. Did it really? Oh my god, look at that tail. Holy shoot. Topping tail if you've never seen one before. Wow. I hope you still had some runners short, Sarfers. Look at that sweep. 23% decline. All right, Trump is coming, guys. Trump is coming. Trump is coming. I will play it live here. Hopefully I have the right audio on here. So I'm going to go quiet on the mic briefly, but markets are getting a pump. Trump hasn't started speaking, but he's coming on. All right, here he comes.
Thank you very much. This is very exciting, what we're doing. I want to thank everybody for being here, and I want to thank this group of people. They're incredible people. We just had a call, as you know, with President Putin. I thought it was a very good call, so we'll talk about it maybe later. But it went very well. We're here today to announce a historic victory for American women, mothers, and families. With the actions I will outline this afternoon will dramatically slash the cost of IVF and the treatment and many of the most common fertility drugs for countless millions of Americans. Prices are going way down, way, way down. I want to thank Libby Horn, who is the Senior Vice President of Fertility of EMD Serrano. So I want to thank you. Let's see here. That's what I thought. I thought it was you. Thank you, Libby, very much. And let me also thank the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., whose wife destroyed the people on The View yesterday. I have to say that. I'm not going to ever get into an argument with her. And you've decided, you learned that a long time ago, right? She did a great job, actually. Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez de Rima. Thanks, Lori. Howard, thanks. CMS Administrator, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's a fantastic guy, and he's done really well. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary. Thank you, Marty. Senator Katie Britt, who got me started with this whole thing when she called up to say there was a bad ruling by a judge, right? We got to do something, sir, and we did it very quickly. Probably in 24 hours it was done. Congressman Richard Hudson, a great guy, and his wife Renee. Richard, hi, Richard. And Advocate Samantha Bush, who's a very respected person. For years, American couples struggling with infertility have faced crushing costs in their quest to start a family, and IVF is among the most expensive treatments of all. A single round of IVF in the United States can cost up to $25,000, can actually go a lot higher than that, and many couples require multiple rounds for a successful pregnancy. A major reason for these high prices is the excessive cost of the drugs involved. The number one fertility drug used in IVF is currently 700% more expensive in the United States than the rest of the world. And you know, we're ending all of that. It's called favored nations, and we're ending it, and we're ending it pretty fast. Nobody thought we'd be able to do it, and we've done it. Drugs are going to come down. Drug prices are coming down. 400%, 200%, 600%, numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Great for Medicare, Medicaid, even Social Security. Great for everything, I think, Dr. Oz. So it's something that's, to me, it's very exciting. I'm bugging him and Bobby all the time. How are we doing with that? And we're doing really good, Bobby. It's really going good. Other countries are agreeing to it, because if they don't, we put tariffs on them. And then they agree, so it's amazing. It's amazing how that worked out. But as an example, in London, you'd buy a certain drug for $130, and even less than that, I guess, $88 as of a count a month ago. And in New York, you pay $1,300 for the same thing. So now we're going to be paying, instead of $1,300, you'll be paying about $150. And they'll be paying $150 too. We're going to pay the same thing. Favored nations. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. And we've been ripped off by the whole world for a long period of time. One of the most popular fertility drugs.
Go Spy.
Regimens cost over $5,000 per cycle, as an example. Wow. Largely as a result of these unsustainable prices, 70% of the employers do not offer insurance that covers IVF. Therefore, most couples with fertility challenges are paying these costs entirely out of their own pockets, which is not really possible to do. Oh, look who we have. Look at that, the great Maria Bartiromo. I didn't know, did you get put into the regular pool pack? That's very good. Yeah, that's good. Nice to see you. I'm doing an interview with her in a little while. In the Trump administration, we want to make it easier for all couples to have babies, raise children, and start the families they've always dreamed about. That's why today I'm pleased to announce that EMD Serrano, the largest fertility drug manufacturer in the world, has agreed to provide massive discounts to all fertility drugs they sell in the United States, including the most popular drug of all, the IVF drug, Gonal-F. So it's Gonal-F. Is that a proper pronunciation? Close enough, right? Gonal-F. As part of this agreement, EMD Serrano will list their fertility drugs online at trumprx.gov at very, very heavily reduced prices, prices that you won't even believe. and ultimately that's because of the favored nations. In addition, the FDA will be working with the company to expedite review and approval of another common fertility IVF drug, and currently it's selling in Europe. It's Pergoveris. Pergoveris. And that's a sounding nice name. Pergoveris. Why can't you name them nice, simple names? Nice, easy names. It doesn't matter. If it works, that's all we care about, right? Upon approval, this drug would directly compete against a much more expensive option that currently has a monopoly in the American market, and this will bring down costs very significantly. And the other one's going to have to come down also. Finally, EMD Serrano has agreed that all future drugs and everything that it develops and sells in the United States will be offset at most favored nation prices. I've been after this for a long time, and we started the process in the last administration, and then we had a little thing called COVID that came up. We had to focus on that, did a good job on that too. And they'll bring a significant portion of their drug manufacturing back to the United States. So they're going to bring it largely back into the United States, and that's for a lot of reasons, but primarily because of the election result, November 5th, and maybe most importantly because of the tariffs, because if they do it here, there are no tariffs. So we're going to be very close, I think, by the end of this year. We're going to be very close to $20 trillion in investment. As an example, the Biden administration had less than $1 trillion, substantially less than $1 trillion for 4 years, Maria. Can you imagine? 4 years, less than one. We're going to break $20 trillion of investment, and we're already over $17 trillion, and that's in 8 months. Can you believe that? And he was at less than $1 trillion. And in addition to that, he had open borders, allowing millions of people to pour in. What an administration that was. Worst president in history, by far. As a result of these actions, the per-cycle cost of drugs used in IVF will fall by an estimated 73% for American consumers, and the numbers are going to actually be very substantially higher as time goes by when it really kicks in. For most of, I mean, think of those numbers. You know, I told the story last time because we were with Pfizer, and Pfizer's doing something very similar. But I told them that my first term, I was so proud of myself because I was the first president in 28 years where drug prices went down for the year. And you know what they went down? 1/8 of 1%. But I was so 1/8 of 1%. Now I'm getting them down, Maria, 500, 600, 800%. In some cases, even more than that. It's hard to believe. But I was proud. I said, oh, wow, I'm the first one. 1/8 of 1%. And I was proud of that. Now I realize, and I called a news conference. Some of you were at that news conference, actually. And I said, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. We've gone down by 1/8 of 1%. And now we're going down 500, 600, 700, 800%, Richard. So it's really something. For most administrations and all of the people involved in this kind of thing, this action would be a crowning achievement of their agenda for fertility health. But for us, it's really just the beginning. It's just a start. It's one of many things we're doing. Today, we're also taking historic steps to vastly expand access to insurance coverage for fertility care, including IVF, something that, as you know, was not covered. Effective immediately, for the first time ever, we will make it legal for companies to offer supplemental insurance plans specifically for fertility. That's never been done before. We're signing it in today with what we sign. Americans will be able to opt in to specialized coverage just as they get vision and dental insurance. They're going to get fertility insurance for the first time. So I don't know. I don't know how well these things are covered. I see the Democrats like to take credit for all of the things we do. We do the things and they take the credit. But I figure if you do enough of these, eventually people are going to figure it out. The Democrats have done nothing. This will make all fertility care, including IVF, far more affordable and accessible. And by providing coverage at every step of the way, it will reduce the number of people who ultimately need to resort to IVF because couples will be able to identify and address problems early. The result will be healthier pregnancies, healthier babies, and many more beautiful American children. It's a big factor. It's a big deal. I'm asking all employers to make these new fertility benefit options available to their employees immediately. The initiatives I've just announced are the boldest and most significant actions ever taken by any president to bring the miracle of life into more American homes. And I will say Katie was great. As you know, she's a great senator from Alabama. She's the first one that told me about this. I had not known too much about it, and we worked very rapidly together, didn't we, though?
Mr. President, you saved
We had
the day.
everything passed, and Alabama then took care of it and passed it. Within a week, everything was done. Really, it was something. So I want to thank Katie, Britt. There's no deeper happiness and joy of raising children, and now millions of Americans struggling with infertility will have a new chance to share the greatest experience of them all. So I'd like to thank all of the people that are here, and I think we'll start with Dr. Oz and Ms. Horn. We'll go through the list and we'll listen. And yesterday I did this, and I stood for about an hour and a half as people spoke. And I said, this time I'm sitting right there, and I'm going to watch you. I stood for an hour and a half like this. I said, you got to be kidding. Here we go. It was one after another, and it was wonderful listening to them. But I said, if I have to do this every day, Bobby, should I stand or sit? Thank you, Bobby. Please, Dr. Oz.
Okay. Mr. President, I'm going to jump in here real quick. I want to start by thanking President Trump. Sir, from the very first phone call we ever had, your support was strong. It was steadfast. It was unwavering. And because of you, millions of Americans are going to have a greater opportunity to bring the greatest gift, in my opinion, life into this world. Your support, your administration's support, it's a game changer. All of us here today are aligned. This is a celebration of life. It's a celebration of parents. It's a celebration of families. And it's a celebration for those people who want to one day be parents themselves. I think every parent can attest, and I certainly do myself, that the greatest gift that God has ever given me is the ability to be a mom. We want more people to have that opportunity. We want to make that easier and more affordable. IVF is what makes the difference for so many families that are facing infertility. So you've seen the numbers. It's either 1 in 8 couples, or some people say as much as 1 in 6, are actually experiencing issues with fertility. It's 9% of males and at least 11% of females that are facing these challenges as they work to build their family. The recommendations today that President Trump has set forth are going to expand IVF coverage to nearly 1 million more families, and they're going to drive down cost significantly. Mr. President, this is the most pro-IVF thing that any president in the history of the United States of America has done. And Mr. President, it's your leadership. You are the reason why the Republican Party is now the party of parents. We are the party of families. This is why when Senator Cruz and I worked last year, we got every single Republican senator to sign on and say,
Guys, thank you all for tuning in. Great trading session today. Nice little 661 0 DTE play into the end of the session. I'm going to call the stream to an end here, but nice profits secured in the live trading room as well as the swing trading options group. Taking monster profits on quantum stocks today. That was our standouts. S&P put options, IWM put options. Took profit on some hood puts. So nice paring back some of the shorts as the market has sold off into some weak spots. Other than that, we will see you all tomorrow. It is 0 DTE Friday, so it's going to be fun. I'm hoping for a big gap down that would allow us to buy huge dips. But there's a lot of stocks that look kind of interesting after today's sell-off. Nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you on the charts tomorrow, guys. Hope you have a restful evening. And if anything happens with Mr. Trump here after hours, we'll certainly know about it very quickly with headlines pumping it. All right, guys, take it easy. We'll see you later. Cheers, cheers.